Hey there, just getting started, setting up the stream. Today is the 3rd of October, and it is stream 260. Let me see if I got quality options. I do! Yes! Thank you, Twitch! I got the quality options. Okay. I had to figure out, now that I have quality options, let me figure out what I'm going to do today. See, I had on my stream title, what? Fixing lighting and shadowing bugs. Because that's what I was working on at the end of yesterday. I just grabbed yesterday's plan here. Oh, before I forget, I need to run a little tool I have. It helps me out. Bouncer. Computer's slow right now. Okay. Paste with formatting. Hey there, Nui. There's currently a movie marathon on movies you'd like to watch, so you won't be here. Oh, that's okay. Hi, anyway. Hope you enjoyed the movie marathon. Let's see. Run this guy, and then let me work on this plan for today. New page. New plan. So, let's get rid of the notes. It's a copy of the notes, not the original notes, but the copy of it. All right. Fresh new day, fresh new plan. Start the timer. Okay, good. Good. All right. Don't show. Okay. Plan. There are a couple maybe easy ones to start with. So, a fix bug which causes player avatars to be drawn incorrectly if players are... I think it's changed. I have to play around with this to find it again. Player tiles are changed while the player... Let's go into the singular here. Fix bug which causes a player's avatar to be drawn incorrectly if the player tile is changed while the player is logged out. There we go. That's a bug I want to work on. Hey there, Frosty. How are you doing? We're just getting started for today, so I'm kind of coming up with the plan for what I want to do today. And then there's the big issue to tackle, which is change the lighting system to allow a light to be on... Well, there's two things. So, a light to be on top, or maybe we should use one here. One, a light to be on top of a barrier and still project light. And two, let's move allow into clause 1, because it just reads better this way. Allow a window or other transparent tile to be placed on top of a barrier and allow light to pass through. Okay, and then, hey there, TS Jost. Not sure how to say the Jost, but do my best. Let's continue with the plan here. And there was something else I wanted to change in the lighting system, wasn't there? Could have sworn there was something else. I can't remember what it was now. Or was it that I wanted to do the reverse as well? I think that's what it... Well, maybe just annotate this. An opaque tile on top of a transparent tile should still block light, as it currently does. So we don't want to break that behavior, but we want to have this new behavior when there's a transparent one on top of an opaque one. I'm using the word barrier and opaque. Let's use opaque in both places. Opaque tile. Yeah, we're adding this new behavior where a transparent tile on top will let light through. Fading the tiles. Oh, maybe that was it. Do I want to do that? That's more advanced. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that, either with alpha blending or superimpose another sprite on top, or what. Maybe we'll just think and discuss. Think about, how did that come out like that? Think about and discuss, how is TS put it? Fading the tiles. Or, in other words, let's see, show tiles being lit at different intensities. Is that how you spell intensities? It doesn't look right, but I'm not getting a red squiggly under it. As in, tiles closer to a light should appear brighter than tiles further away. Something like that. Light fall off. There we go. Thank you, TS Just. I'll give you a point for all of these nice suggestions. Or light fall off. Oh, that reminds me, the point system. I might want to do some more work on that, because I think it's still kind of broken. This would probably be enough for the day. Let's say if I run out of things to do, how shall I say this? Make the point system migration code more robust. Because the points do get migrated, but it's sort of dirty right now. It requires that players actually log in and do something, where I could just migrate it automatically and not require that. So, all right, let me get all of the other things running. So run the back end with that command, and they run the front end with that command. And while I'm here, let me put in, not mistype stuff, put in my SSH key and make sure that we're starting off clean. Okay. And then I should probably do the notebook link thing. So let's go to the top, grab this link, and in Chrome paste. That brings me to the online portal into my own notebook. I'm going to go to log, wait for it to load the front page. I wait for that because if I don't wait for it, it screws up sometimes. Click on that one, right click, do copy link to this page. And I'm going to go to tinyurl, paste, make tiny, copy to clipboard, close the original page, go back to the tiny link, make sure it works, then close everything, go to the log page, paste it there, and then there are two more places to paste it. So let's do Discord first. I don't show the Discord window on stream because I'm super paranoid. But this will be in the stream-plan channel. Today, I'm going to continue the work I started at the end of Tuesday. Adjusting the light/shading, shadowing, I guess I'm calling it, system. Paste the link there. Now it's in the Discord. And the last place is the actual game itself. And I can start the chat bot along with it. And actually give TS Joss the point that I meant to give him, because it doesn't actually work until I actually run this silly chatbot. So chatbot will be starting. Let me go to the today and put the link in there. Actually, we're going to update the text while we're here. All right. Raimu is Working on adjusting the lighting shadowing system of his game. And then paste the link there, and now I can give T.S. Joss his point. There we go. Now he's got 3 points. Being paranoid is being safe? Yeah. Also, like, if you really wanted to, you could be in the Discord and see me post it, so you don't need to see my window of the Discord. Woohoo! 3 points! Now, if only you could do something with those points. Yeah, that's one of my 2 hooks. I've heard it called, how do you make your game stand out and be successful, right? So, that is here. The 2 hooks I had in mind. Tie the game heavily to the Twitch stream. The core of that is the integrated chat bot, so that there would be in-game perks and rewards to stream supporters. How do we know who's supporting the stream? The chatbot knows because we give points to them, right? Also, we could have the chatbot be aware of who's following and subscribing and how long they've been subscribing, and maybe, who knows, you'll get more, I don't know. I don't want to say this now, but you can just envision there'd be other in-game rewards, perhaps if I wanted to continue this trend of tying the game heavily to Twitch. Live events, so we could have a boss spawn only when I'm streaming. And then you can see me evolve the game live, so you could actually be there in the level as I'm making it. So yeah, this all either depends upon the integrated Twitch bot, or it depends on me streaming to make it happen in the game. And the other hook, of course it is, but you probably wouldn't know because I haven't done anything about this. But when I get the engine to a more evolved state, I want to allow the engine to mutate or look different depending on where you are in the game. And that would fit the whole name of the game, which is Latin for all realms, and give you this sense that not only, like, you're sort of breaking the fourth wall, right? That not only is your character in a different world, but your interface sort of reflects that you're somewhere different, that's somewhere alien, somewhere not quite the same. And it could just be subtle, like little glitches in the UI, or a different font, or a different color scheme, or something like that. Or it could be more radical, like we could switch to hex grid for some world, or maybe even top-down, or isometric projection 3D sort of a thing. So yeah, this being mentioned today, I like to emphasize that this is my current plan to make the game successful is at least to have these 2 hooks, maybe even add more hooks later. Because without hooks, your game is just like any other game, and you won't get noticed unless you get like a publisher who really heavily pumps money and time into it to promote it. And I don't really want to have to do that. Hey there, A Squared. How are you doing? I need to sort that. There we go. You were noticed, yeah. You're noticed. You're important. Of course. All right. Sometimes this panel doesn't show, and then when it does, it's like not scrolled to the right page. Bugs. Bugs! All right. Okay, let me try to find this bug again. I kept noticing it yesterday, and it's sort of interesting. So I'm hopeful that it's an easy thing to fix, because I wasn't really looking forward to starting out today's work with something difficult. I want to start something easier. I think it has to do with taking one of these logged out players and like doing something with them, like, was it healing them? Was that what it was? Like if I change the tile, I think this is it. If I change the tile by marking it true, changed. Yep, that's it. So I did it. This whole changed flag, I also thought about removing this because I don't think it's actually necessary anymore. Every time we actually tell the game to update a position or a tile, we're already marking that entity as dirty, which is forcing the rendering system to update anyway. So there's really no need to have that. I mean, we're caching all the information that the renderer told the front end before anyway, and so this was really only needed before we had that caching and before we had the dirty entities list that the rendering system uses. So maybe I can get rid of the change flag at the same time. So maybe I'll put that out of here. Consider removing the changed C. Oh, that's interesting. It turned it into copyright. Don't do that. Flag it's in the tile component. this should no longer be necessary now that the components, or really the ECS and the rendering system in specifically rendering system mostly has a cache-based system of tracking what changes. If I could actually remove that out of the data structure, that would be nice, because it would avoid having to constantly set and clear the flag, which every time you change something in the ECS, it's a command in the game. So it's extra load for all of the servers, so I'd like to get rid of that. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm going to say IS. How do you feel about using Lua? I really like that I can make quick adjustments to the game logic when it's in Lua without having to rebuild the code. So I really like leveraging that flexibility, having that flexibility. And the language being pretty simple. The syntax is not that hard to get or to remember if you forgot, and I can extend it very easily in the integration layer between Lua and C by just adding more user data objects, which have their own methods that are in C. And so I really like that moldability, the flexibility. I like it a lot. It's a real pain to have to rebuild a program written in C and C++ that's a server for a game that you want to be running all the time, right? So it's nicer to be able to leave it running and just tweak the logic like live. Now, I could probably do this with C also, but it would involve like loadable modules, and there'd have to be protocols for like when we can unload and reload and all that stuff. So that's, I know I could do it, but it'd be way more complicated. Super secret project being used? Yeah, I guess I could talk about that now. It might be an interesting side thing to show. I'm not going to put on the plan, but let me get through chat first. Ooh, I wasn't able to make it much last stream. What did you push to production? What's the removal of zones? Yeah, so let me show you what I did recently. So the fact that we can see player 14 even though they're not logged in is one thing. So I can see characters that are not logged in, and I can move them around. I might do that, for example, if I wanted to get rid of this room, I would say, okay, you two, you guys are going to have to go sit outside, and then I can go, you know, I can go remove the room, right? And then I can just go delete it if I want. And that would make sure that I don't accidentally strand players out in like empty areas just by not knowing that they were there and will appear there when they log in again, right? So let me put them back. That's one thing I did. And then the other thing is I removed this default zone, although there's still some leftover code. So if I can go there and there's nothing, because I removed it all. I have it now so that there is a default entity, I mean a global entity that has things that which are game-wide. So one thing I need game-wide that I might want, that I want to have in the ECS itself for flexibility and for ease of access, is the where players go when they're created. And also reuse this for when the GM connects. So that where do we place the camera initially is that initial position. So that in the test environment's right here. So we added that. And the underlying method of why we can see where players are when they're not logged in is supported on the back end by removing what was formerly called the logged out zone. So it used to be when you log out, your character would be teleported to a special zone called the logged out zone, which had a special number 0, which I hate having special numbers. The problem with that is it's hard to see where you'll reappear because when you log in, because the instead of it being right here for the Z key for zone, it was in the PZ or previous zone. And a lot of the other tools like the Go wouldn't go there. So that's mostly what I did this week. Also, the other big things are, I can show you this to you, right? If I now have integrated in the terms of service and privacy policy, so whenever I update it, like if I do that, and then I go to the game now, and I can show this one. We're going to log into the game, right, with the username and password. Now it says, oops, we've changed our privacy policy, and you kind of have to agree. And you'll see that now if you log in. After I deployed, I forgot to bump it up to 1 from the initial 0, and so people were able to log in without getting this, but now you'll see it properly. So it's just the legal CYA stuff, right? That this is we're open and honest about what data we hold onto and your access to that and all that, and what we expect. What are the rules, right? And just like everyone else does. So now we're doing it too. So yeah, whenever I go and like have to update some legal stuff, I would bump this version up, and then everyone who logs in from that point on has to like re-consent, you know. So that's basically it. Yeah, the point system was fixed, so you get all your points back, except for people who may have had their account linked to Twitch for a long time. The data wasn't fully migrated, so there's a workaround right now where if you might have to log in and you might have to relink your Twitch account, and then you'll get your points totaled correctly. I don't think any points got lost. It was more that points got split between 2 variables, and the chatbot really was only reporting one of them and not both. It's reporting the new number and not the old number. Should check that connection too. Well, if it says you have 26 points, it's probably fine. A couple things I added last night that I have not deployed are this show mask names, because in the real production server, it was the default was that, so someone could create an account with a bad word for their name, and even though they're masked, it would show on my stream. So now the default will be we don't expose any of those names, so that now I can show that again on stream. I also added a column for if your account is linked to Twitch, so I can see that. And I think what I'll do is if you link your in-game account to Twitch, I'll just unmask you and probably give you some points. So now I couldn't see that before, now I can. You're stuck. Should we find out where you are? Okay, so here, because I don't have that other fix deployed, I need to briefly hide the window so I can see where A squared is. And then show the window again. You are stuck here? Is this you? No. Where are you? Here you are. You're not stuck, you're right there. You're stuck in the dead screen. Oh yeah, you're dead. You can't resurrect? Interesting. The respawn doesn't work? It should work. Okay, that's a bug. I don't know how to reproduce that, but bug. Players are getting stuck in the dead dialogue on login and can't respond. We'll fix that for you right now. I will just say chat Lua heal URNT 14389. Now you're alive again. Hey there, Clayman. Yeah, maybe reloading would fix it. I'm not sure. Funny thing that happened, A Square. I don't know if you were here, but when I migrated when I pushed into production the latest code, which did some data migration, one of those migrations is to pull everyone out of the logged out zone into the actual world, but marked gone, which is what the ghosts appear if you're marked gone. But I didn't update the game system, so all the monsters that are wandering around here, they started just like slaughtering all the players who were logged out, who happened to be logged out in areas of the world where there were monsters. So although funny, it had that unfortunate side effect that now when these players log in again, they'll be dead. I could go heal them all, but we decided yesterday we just let them, when they log in, they should get the respawn screen and it should work, right? Well, you're saying it didn't work for you, that maybe I need to go back and resurrect all these players, or maybe just fix the bug. I kind of want that to work too. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? Yes. Oh, the hack. It's not Adam BL, it's Adam Hack. Yeah, hacking in chat. Players who had the dead pop-up when last logged out couldn't accept the new policy and couldn't log in to remove the dead screen. Is that what it is? I'm okay, Resubaka. I'm kind of busy. Like, I only had like 5 minutes to start my stream from. I had to drive somewhere and back. It was like an hour and a half of driving plus an hour of a meeting, and I just barely got back in time. So I feel kind of rushed. But I'm starting out with some easier tasks and try to get going without getting too frustrated. Yeah, so A squared, you might be onto something there. We could try that out in the test environment too. In fact, we could probably try that out now, right? I can hop onto... Actually, what would be most convenient is to do an incognito window here into the local game and antagonize one of the NPCs and get killed, and then update the privacy policy. So get killed, log out, update the privacy policy, and log back in. Let's see if that does it. All right, let's go find these NPCs. These guys are neutral until you attack them. So now he's gonna attack me. Hit me. There we go. I made them too weak. They miss me too much. Now you can't move, but you're logged in. Oh, I know what that is. That's one more thing I need to fix. You might be stranded in the interacts. Let me look at this. Oh, you're not there anymore. Where'd you go? Oh, you're up here now? No, your interact isn't. You should be able to move. Really? You can't move? It worked. Oh, refresh fixed it. Yeah, I think I didn't clear the interact list, which makes sense. Logging back in would clear the interact list. So you were the game still thought you were interacting with the death dialogue. Actually, that's another thing I should probably fix. And that's another bug, right? So A squared, you deserve 2 points, I think. I don't have a shortcut for it, so I'll just type in manually. So this is one bug that you helped me find. The other one is that players healed by the GM while they are dead are still stuck in the dead dialogue. So probably what I should do is have the heal script remove you from the death dialogue. That would probably make sense, right? That I don't need. What am I looking at? Oh. This here, right? Okay, I'm dead. Now, let me go and update the privacy policy version, or the policies version, because it affects the terms of service also. And then reload. Oh, yep. We're dead, but there's the terms of change is probably underneath it. That's it. Okay. We reproduced the bug. So what does that mean? I should probably withhold the death dialogue until we've gotten fully logged in. Make the heal, remove the dead dialogue too. Yeah, exactly. Both on the front end and in the interact. Yep. Yep, easy to reproduce. Ludum Dare. Is it Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Start soon, huh? Who's going to be participating in that? I don't have time to, but I hope some of you are. It sounds really fun. Hey there, Toulouse, and hey there, Slickbur. How are you doing? Yeah, we're doing some live bug fixing. If you find a bug in my game, you get some points. And A squared has already gotten 2 more points. Now at 28 points for finding 2 bugs today. Probably are, depends on the theme though. Yeah, I heard that the list of themes is really random. But I don't know how themes are chosen. Okay, what to do first? This one I think is the easiest, even though it's not one of the 2 A squared found today. I think I want to start out with an easy bug. Let me reproduce that again. That's where if we pick someone who's logged out, and then I just mark that their tile is changed, now it shows that they're as if they were logged in when they're not. So let me fix that. I think it's just in the front end, because I bet you if I move off screen and then back on, yeah, it's back to a ghost. So it's something that we're doing when a sprite is changed, I think. The points in the game appear to match. That's good. I'm glad. I was really worried about having to go back into old backups to figure out what point totals were. Okay, I'm going to guess that this is in the front end. So let me go to where I think it is. Middleware stage. Next time I see 715209, you should have them check. We can see how many points they have now. 19. I think they were in chat yesterday and the point total looked okay, but we're not sure. I don't remember for sure. I think it's right. Let's see, where would we see that change? Actually, it would probably be easiest if I go to a zone that's not so busy, like this one. Here we go, and we'll just look at the network messages. And oh, that's right. When I reload, it puts me back there. So we have to go back into here, over to here. All right, and then click this one. Change this one to true. And then what message did I get for that? Hold on, I don't know if I'm that. Okay, that's not really showing for everybody. So, guess I can do that now. Sure, we can do that. Update sprite, that's what it is. So something in the handling of update sprite is doing it. Probably that it doesn't include the gone flag, right? So the original sprite list probably had it in there. Let me see what happens when we go off screen and come back. It should be in this list of new sprites. There we go. Right, there's this G gone. So the problem is that the update sprite doesn't have the G gone flag. That's actually not a front-end problem, a front-end problem, right? It's a back-end problem. Let's see. Update sprite. Goes here. So it's reflect sprite updated. Oh, there's no there's no gone flag here either. That's a problem. Yeah, it's going to end up, it's not going to do the right thing. Okay, so it's both front end and back end. I need to fix both of them. I suppose we'll just fix the front end part first. So, like, add, where's add? Here, there's a G gone. So it's encoded as G, and we're going to use the variable locally as gone. Hold on. Right, its position isn't changing, but what might change is the ID and name. So we should see ID and name down here, right? Yeah, ID and name. So we'll put it in front. There's Faraboga. How are you doing? Yeah, there is an in-game ticketing system. I have not been very diligent in looking at it, though. But yes, you can... let me hide that. Actually, I'm just going to show it in the test environment. Yeah, I see all the issues you open up, and if you're in a... Actually, am I going to be stuck here? I'm going to be stuck here. Hold on. Actually, I guess I'm just going to log out. Oh, I can't even log out. Oh, that's interesting. That's another bug. If you hit the cancel button, it disconnects you from the game because it's probably says you're not allowed to say that. Let me write that down. Hold on. Bugs on top of bugs. Let's see. Attempting to cancel the dialogue disconnects you from the game because that command is not allowed until you consent to the latest TOSVP. There's a lot of commands that are not allowed by the game until you consent. So that would include canceling a dialogue. I think I'm just going to close this incognito window, open a new one. I don't need a new window, I need a new incognito window. There we go. And I use like Rhyme, so this time I'll use Bob. Bob is not dead, right? Not dead. Okay. Bob, who is not dead. We were going to look at something. What was it? I've already lost my train of thought. I'm okay, Sverabogum. It's a little hectic today. You got a little sick? I'm sorry. I hope you get better soon. Yeah, you get stuck. Yep. Oh, the in-game ticketing system. That's right. So if there's a problem, you can go here. You can say new. Help. I'm stuck. The problem is you wouldn't be able to get this if you really were stuck the way A squared was. But let's say you got stuck in a wall somewhere. You could do this and report, and then it will show up to the GM here. And I would say, I got your back, bro. And then, you know, I would teleport into safety and then close the ticket. So if you don't want to use the in-game ticketing system, or if you can't get to it, like A squared couldn't, you can either tell me live in chat, or there's the issues that you can go to in the GitHub. Another minor bug in GitHub. Yeah, you could also, if you don't mind, see if it's already been reported there, because I have like over 100 known bugs. Mid-high single digits for both before and after sounds good. Totaling 19. Okay, yeah. The points for 715209. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we will close that for now, and we're gonna work on this bug first, which again is this one where if I go to that tile and mark that it's changed, that forces an update tile. Oh, syntax error. And then it kind of pops in as if they logged in, so we don't want to show that. So we expect that flag. So everywhere I do that, I'm going to want to include it. It should be included by the back end, right? Actually, then as long as it's carried in the action, we're good. Okay, cool. You already filed it in game? Okay. The repo isn't bookmarked for whatever reason? Oh, the one about that... Okay, I'm not sure exactly which one. Do you remember which bug number it was? I want to make sure that I get everything in game, reported in game, should have a ticket in GitHub also. That way I don't lose track of it. Okay. I hope I have made a GitHub equivalent of every game ticket, but you never know. Okay, I think this is where I need to modify. Let me go ahead and make a bookmark there. I still have some old bookmarks I can clear out now. All right. And then in added, right, we have some special conditional logic here, right? Here it is, if it's gone, right? I think I just want this. Instead of just always doing set, yeah, this one right here. So we want to do that, right? So these lines should be the same, and they are, so I can delete that. Okay, cool. So, as long as we have this gone flag, we'll set it to ghost. So we just need to make sure we get it from the back end. So that's changed to the back end, right? I'll want to have a test for that. Rendering system. There's probably already going to be one, right? Gone. Yeah. Sprite not visible when gone. How about sprite changed when gone? Oh, I want to see it from the GM's point of view. It's here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Sprite updates include gone flag for GM. So that was a move. So we can build it into this, right? I can have a third one that doesn't move but updates. We could have it change its, we can have it change the name or something. So we'll have like a player 3 who is also gone. Everything about him is the same except for I put him in a different place in the game just cuz. Right, so we're going to change the tile of player 3 to just to say that their name is now Joe or something. Did it create a, does this actually create a tile? Aha. Okay, so there actually are a bunch of things. What's the easiest way to do this? Just look and see. It's going to have all these things in it, maybe? Okay, so go back to here. What is going to happen here? Yeah, let's just set it to true. Oh, what's the tile, though? Oh, I had it up here, didn't I? It's 1. And then, right, it has the name. Didn't have a name before. Now it has a name. The tile set is tile set. Syntax challenge today. And there was no health bar, right? Okay. Ticket 597 in game should copy the GitHub. You found it? Let me look. I can show these tickets briefly. Dialog for attacking commands and feedback from attacking does not scroll the chat. Oh yeah, that's in GitHub already, and I think I forgot to come back and mark that. Let me look. Get a GitHub. I'm technically challenged some days. Okay, here we go. It was in here somewhere. What was it? Some keywords I can search by. Dialogue, I think. Scroll. It's in here somewhere. Okay, maybe it's not. Or I'm just having trouble finding it. I guess I could search for 597. Nope. It might be that it's in game. Let's see. Back. Scroll. Aha. Yeah, okay, so there are 2 tickets by 2 different players. And I knew it was a bug, but I don't have it in GitHub, so let's fix it. So I need to mark that both of these should have the same note. Open. And let's see if Nui had reported it too. No, these are different scrolling. Okay, so 2 different players reported it. A squared and 421, whoever that is. So yeah, let me go ahead and do it. Unless you've done it, A squared. I don't really want to have automation between the game and GitHub. Oh, it's you? Okay. Then you reported it too. Thank you very much. We're going to make a new issue. So, this really chat scrolling gets broken sometimes. This was reported in the in-game tickets 580 and 597. And I think that's enough to remember it. Okay, actually no, let's include the text. 580. 597. I did not mean to hit the back button on that. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice bug reports. Thank you, my friends. Let me make sure it's the same. When in fight, when attacking, the dialogue is not scrolled to the bottom. You attack 10 times, you need to scroll. Yeah, that's one problem. Dialogue attacking does not seem to scroll to the bottom. Yeah, it's the same thing. Cool. So this is what I try to do. Open it and label it's a bug. It's not working as intended. And then I'm going to take that link and put it back in game under both tickets. That helps me, like, now I can search later for 203 and see that it goes to these 2 tickets. All right. Thank you, my friends. Hold on. Let me check something off screen for a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, that is you. Okay. Unmask. And we'll give you a point. I'm not showing the screen right now because I'm kind of paranoid about showing the player's screen. Cool. All right. Thank you very much. Give you a point for reporting the bug there. And A squared I already gave points for. Actually, that was a 3rd bug. So I guess I'll give A squared another point. 3 bugs, 3 points. Okay, yeah. We're going to change the tile mostly to assign a label. So we should get an update sprite. And in part of that, it should have the gone flag. I don't think the coordinates are included in an update sprite, but I'm not sure. Is it just all this stuff? Probably. Tiles at depth. So instead of, there's no coordinates. So this kind of stuff. Tile set. I think the depth was 0. All right, let's see it. Reproduce this bug. It will have the gone flag not present, but everything else should be correct, I think. Oh, wait a minute. That's player 3. I'll let it finish linking before I try linking again. What to do while I'm waiting for it to link? I don't know. Look what I'm going to be looking at next. This is going to be a challenging one because it changes. It's going to require that I change the logic that determines which light maps I need to recalculate. Right now, it's whenever opaque tile is touched, not when a transparent one is touched. But if now I'll have to change it so that if a transparent tile is touched in a way that would expose an opaque one underneath it, then we have to mark its location to be included. Where are your points? They are recorded in game. Do you have a point? I don't remember how many points you have. You don't have any points. Here, we'll give you one. I award credit for my game for helping out in the stream. Now, what you can do with the credit right now is nothing, but later, let's say, you know, once, maybe 3 or 4 months from now, hopefully, but maybe longer, there might be, okay, it's populated by ghosts right now because they're not logged in and I don't have the code to hide them. But you can imagine like one of these might have a shop in there and there might be a shopkeeper and you might go in there and say, what do you have for sale? And he says, well, I only sell to people who have stream points. And they'll be like, what's a stream point? I don't even know what a stream is. We're in a fantasy world. They'll say, well, it's just something you'll know it if you have it. If you have stream points, maybe you can trade some of them in for a sword or for a special item. I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. Right now, that's just bragging rights that you can say that you have a lot of points in the stream. It's just another recognition of helping out the stream right now. But yeah, I want to incentivize the game at some point to where if you participate in the stream, you help out, or you're just a cool person, you would accumulate points and then you'd be able to redeem them in game. Perhaps well, not perhaps. One similar thing might be in the Borderlands games. If you interact with the developers through Twitter, they'll send out these golden key codes that you go in game and redeem them, and you get in game rewards. Stuff like, it's just to incentivize the community interaction. Yeah, of course you can get points for being cool. Of course, Toulouse. That's why you have so many points, right? Well, are you saying you would have even more points if you leveraged your coolness? Because yeah, maybe you get cool points. Why don't you have millions? You have a lot. No one has millions. I've been really stingy and only giving out one at a time. Some streams give them out just for being here, and you'd have maybe 100 points if you stayed an hour or something like that. I might start doing that because the project I was doing on the side is tracking that now. By the way, I did not say hi to a few people. My little stream helper just told me. Hold on. I did not say. I know I did say hi to Nui. Oh, but it's Mark. I didn't start my helper until after that. But I did not say hi to Gartuals. When was there? Back there. Number 421. Hi, how are you doing? You need to be cool now? Well, you have a cool name. Cyberfart. I like that name. Here, I'll give you a point for having a cool name. There you go. There's a cool point for a cool name. And hello, by the way. Why can't you enter the game? The server's off. Server's not off. So let me show you with... Can I do a new Firefox window, please, Firefox? Where are my Firefox windows at? The most convenient way, if you're in Twitch, is to log in with Twitch. So you should be able to get this far at least. And you log in with Twitch, and it says, "Are you sure?" And really, it says, including email address and profile image. There's two things you should know about that. Profile image is not secure anyway. Anybody can get that even without a token. So this is just sort of ridiculous. This part is flat out not right because my app only gets your a claim that you are a certain user ID. I don't ever ask for your email address. I'm being rated by CM Griffing. Let's see some Mr. Sirs in chat. Mr. Sir. Oh, and there's a resub from CM Griffing. By the way, I got to meet CM Griffing in person during TwitchCon, so that was really cool. Thank you for the support. All right, I'm going to briefly move this off screen because it does flash the JWT on screen. I don't like that. But yeah, you should be able to get back into the game. And that's probably the easiest way to get into the game now. You don't need a password. If you don't have an account yet, it'll prompt you to set... If you don't have an account name, it'll prompt you to just have a name for your nameplate. And that should work. If it doesn't, let me know. Yeah, no token leak. That's my goal for this week is not to leak any tokens. Hey there, playing with scissors. How are you doing? Nothing wrong with showing harmless JWTs on stream. Well, the JWT would only allow you to say to my game that you're me. So it would let you log into my player, which might be hilarious because you go in there and move around and kick me out. But I don't want that to happen, even though it would be funny. What's going on? We're working on my game here. This is me, and there's A squared, and I'm moving around in my game. Today I'm working on fixing some problems with the lighting system. And I'll get to this later today, but you can see some of these problems here. Like, I can't see through this open door. I want to be able to see that. In fact, if you stand right on that, it's like you're blind. So that's a bug. And because of that bug, I also have to do things like I have to put these torches in these little niches, or whatever you call them. I'd rather have just the torch appear to be on top of the wall. Oh, someone's fighting. That's A squared. So I had to put them in these little niches because if I don't, the light doesn't work. Let me show you that. So here's the GM point of view. And let's go there. So if I were to like go to just put a wall on top of that torch, the torch doesn't work anymore. It's like not working, right? And that's a bug. So we're going to work on bugs like that today. So I had to paint a larger wall around it and put the torch sort of floating in mid-air for now for the light to work. So the specifically the bug I'm working on right before I got raided is this little problem where if I like change anything in the tile component of a player that's logged out, they pop into the game as if they're logged in, but it's sort of an illusion. If I move off and then back, I can see that they're really just still logged out. So I'm fixing that. This is a newer concept, and the same thing in game here. All of these players are not actually in the game right now, but I want the game master view to show me where they would appear if they were to log in. Because let's say I wanted to get rid of this little room up here, right? I would know that I need to take these players and evict them, like take him and chuck him out, and you can go there, and then you can go up here, and we'll put you over here, you know, that kind of thing. So this is what you do if you want to, like, and this looks like there's multiple people I gotta move. Interesting. Yeah, there are 2 people there. So move all these people, right? And then once they're all moved out into the corridor, then, as long as no one beats me to it, A squared beat me to it. He got in. So I have to grab him. He's gonna move around so I can't grab him now. Oh, you can't get away. Oh, oh. Gotcha. Wahaha, move you out there. We could have fun and move him out into the void, and he can go explore for a while if he wants. But yeah, this is the idea, is that I want to be able to see where players would be if they logged in, and then, okay, you've had enough fun. Back into the game. And now that I've walled that off, I can go and, like, you know, if I wanted to remove it, I could start doing that, and paint it back to something else later, right? And that's part of the design of my game, is I want people to be playing it while I'm modifying it. So I forgot, is that how it was? Okay, this is slightly different than how it was because I don't remember what was there. But yeah, we'll open it back up. And I haven't done it yet, but it is sort of annoying to me to have to see everybody who would be in the game if they logged in. So I'll probably not show these by default, and then hit a special key or checkbox in the GUI somewhere to have them shown. But this is a recent change that I made, and a few things broke. One thing that broke right away, which is really funny, is that not only could the game master see the players, so could these monsters. And guess what the monsters did when they saw all these players? They went and slaughtered them all. So that's why they all have empty health bars. They're all dead. Fix that. And this other side effect now, where if I take anyone who's logged out, is that a person, or is which one of these? Yeah, this one. And here's another. I'll just do it on this player right here. If I just tweak something, it's like they show up as if they were playing when they really aren't. So we're going to work on that today. You were so close. Yeah. Could you have a wall torch graphic that goes in the tile next to the wall? Sure, I could do that. I thought it would be just most convenient for me to have layers of tiles. So the where is it? The decorations, like if I want to put a sign on a wall, I just have a sign and I just set its depth and put it on the wall like that. Then I don't have to have a special tile which is sign on top of wall. I can just have wall and sign and then put one on top of the other. So I just need stuff that projects light, like torches and other things, to actually work even when they're on top of a wall. Yeah. Best to keep leaks 1 per week, maybe 1 to 2 weeks. 1 to 2 leaks per week. That sounds about right, Jesse. And hello, by the way. All right, so I was in the middle of fixing that. The front end I fixed, I think. The back end, which is in C++, this part, I have a unit test that sort of recreates the situation where we have 3 players, 1 that's in the game and 2 that are gone. And one is that player that's gone is moved, and we expect this command to be given to the GM. And then when the other one, instead of moving them, I updated their nameplate. And the thing that'll fail is that this was not being transmitted, the fact that they're gone. So look to the front end like, oh, no, they're present, draw them. And this is in a unit test environment, so it's just testing the small section of the server that is involved with telling the front end camera what to draw. and it's just, this is a single use case. And so the idea is we reproduce the bug in the test framework, then fix it there, and then see if it's really fixed. And if it's not really fixed, but working in the test framework, then I'm missing some tests and I write more tests, all part of that test-driven development stuff. All right. Yeah, so hopefully it fails in the way I predicted, which is, here's the update sprite message. We expect G true, which means it's gone. And here's the corresponding one in the actual, like what the actual output is. Yeah, and there's no G gone. So that's probably the only difference here, I would hope. Everything else should match up to that point. This one's different. Oh, we get a modify component? What is this? How did that get in there? Oh, to turn off the change flag. Yeah, okay. So our test needs to expect that. I've been meaning to remove that. There's a flag actually stored with every tile that says whether it's changed or not. It's obsolete, but it's in there right now. If I get to it, I'm going to consider removing it. But right now, it's going to be expected. So let me put that in. Let me make the test reflect that. Let's look for modify component. Yeah, so this one, right? So we'll expect this extra piece of feedback to the game, modifying player 3 to turn off the changed flag. There we go. I want to get the test down to where it's only exhibiting the bug that we're trying to fix and not having any other problems. So like this part should match all the way up to there. Yeah. Wonder why it doesn't match to there. What's different here? Interesting. It does look the same. I think it's just the tool is confused. Anyway, the difference is right there with this G true, right? After that, it matches. Oh, there's also the name Joe. Oh, I forgot to include that. Right. Oh, I'm being subscribed to. 13 months. 1 year plus 1 month. Thank you for the support, Rally Monkey. And thank you for all that you do in the channel. I did not put in a nameplate. Yeah, I forgot it completely. So it was here. Did I remove it? Name Joe, right? Because that's what we're setting up here. Joe. I want to check really quick. Is there a key sprite name? No. Some of the keys I have constants for, and other ones I don't, and that's mostly because I'm lazy, and these are older, and they predate me setting up these keys. I started making these key constants when I started abbreviating things for to get that extra little bit of compression out of it. Sort of a compromise between changing to a pure binary format for the messages and then having the messages being long. So those two extremes, right? So the messages are shorter, but they're still in JSON for now. And to make it more readable, we have these constants instead. Okay, I'm explaining too much. Ugh, in this mindset right now that tomorrow you can solve your problems. It's not a terrible bug, but it's annoying. I think that's okay, because sometimes a problem becomes frustrating because you're not making any headway, and then you just go do something else and then come back the next day or the next hour and you fix it right away, and you're like, how come I couldn't do that yesterday? Who knows, right? It just could be just a different mental approach or a different mental state you approach it at. Hey, the Romania hate. It's going okay. We're working on bugs today. And see you playing with Skithers. Go get some more for Nay at the grocery store. Don't forget. Or am I saying that right? Is it Fernet or Fernay? Yeah, he changed his name back. He got what how do you explain it? CM Griffin said he changed it to playing with Skizzers because CM Griffin was always saying Skizzers, but then he changed it back, but I don't remember exactly why. Strong T, so Fernet. I see. I need to try that at some point so I can experience that. All right, this unit test is good. So let me we'll have to ask playing with Skizzers why he changed it back to playing with scissors. I don't exactly remember the reason why. So I think was it because people really didn't understand why it was why it was spelled skizzers? Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's right. Should probably make a command. Nah, that's okay. We don't need to make a command. Where would this be done? It's in the rendering system. I think it's here, right? Dirty entities. We get the tile component and we do update tile for cameras. I think this is it. This is if it was removed. So it's inside of here. Announce sprite update. Here we go. Yeah, so there's just no check if we should do a gone flag or not, right? And that would be in the position component. Do we have that? I do. I have the position component. I have the gone flag even. So we already have the gone flag. I just need to include it. Right, so that's easy. Say if gone. Tile changed message gone equals true. You might ask, why do I do this if? Because I don't see a reason to have the flag there just to set it to false, because false is just what it defaults to if the flag's not there anyway. So it's a little bit of avoiding unnecessary data. Come on, people. Missing the fun part. Well, does that mean you kind of gave up then? Because I would have just kept it at skizzers and then try to get people in on the fun. You could change your name to PWS and then everyone would be like, what does that stand for? And you'd say, playing with skizzers. And you'd be like, you mean scissors? You're like, no, playing with skizzers. You figure it out. You figure out why. It's a test. You just have to know. Oh, it's actually spelled out. Oh, I messed that up. It's not supposed to be gone. It's supposed to be realm server key sprite gone, which ends up being G for gone. Skizzers because it sounds fun. You don't get the joke otherwise. We'd have to ask Chris why he called you that, and there must be a reason. You have to ask CM Griffing. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Run. Cool. So let's try it out on the test environment. So I stopped the test server. Stop, please. Okay, then we started it again. Thank you for those follows. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Rally Monkey. Hey. And Manes, hello. And Tesla RX, hello. Did I say hi to you yet? Don't know if I did. I'll just say hi again. You've returned? Welcome back. It goes all right. I think I just fixed the first bug for the day. And it only took an hour. This is good. Usually I take longer to fix things. Okay, I don't need this window anymore, so goodbye. Back here in the test environment, right? So I should be able to mark this one is true now, and it should stay a ghost. No. Did I do that? Hold on. Let's look at this again. I must have screwed it up. Oh, I didn't refresh the front end. That might have been it. Okay, but so let's try again here while we're looking at the messages. So if it messes up again, I'll get a better understanding about why. Okay, player 6, right? So mark change true. And then press the button I can barely see. There it is. Okay, no, it still is not working. Let me see if the message is correct, though. Okay. It's in here. Here it is. Yeah, it doesn't have the gone flag, so I was still wrong. Well, shoot. Why would it still do that? Did I not stop the server correctly? Is that what happened? Did it not restart correctly? I don't think I stopped it correctly. Let's try this again. I wasn't watching it closely enough. Maybe it didn't actually restart. Yeah, it has to actually say launched. Installing and launched. Hey there, Ramy. Wowie. A special kind of greeting for Ramy. Did you know that Ramy drew the Adam EJ emote? Which, if you're a subscriber to my channel, you have the reverse one, the Ramo 8 EJ. He drew that. And if you're ever curious about the Hey emote, Playing with Scissors drew that. See? Awesome people we have supporting both this stream and Adam's stream at the same time. Yeah, nice drawing. Yeah, Ramy is a pretty good artist, I think. You know, that emote is gaining traction, that Adam EJ. Soon everyone will be a member of the Cactus Clan. Alright, I'm actually going to reload, and then I'm going to move this guy to a zone that's not so cluttered. So that would be the lighting. We'll go to the lighting test zone as soon as it loads. Here we go. And then let's play around with this player up here. This dude with a weird name. All right, and then take this tile mark true. Update. Okay, that actually fixed it, I think. We should see an update. Here it is. Update sprite and the gone flag is true. I should probably test when I am logged in, so let me do that. New window. Hold on a sec. I'm logging into my own game with Twitch. There I am. Actually, let me change my avatar. I like to be a little wizard guy. Okay, cool. And now, let me probably don't need to see this anymore. I should be able to refresh, change this to true, and it doesn't turn into a ghost. Update. Cool. Now, let's log out. It becomes a ghost. Let me go here and change this to true again. Stays a ghost. Nice. Genuinely excited for the games that gets further along. I've been playing a little bit of old school games lately, like Ultima 4 Wizardry. Oh, nice. The original Wizardry? Because that was really old school. Do you guys know the original Wizardry? If you don't, here, let me find it for you. Wizardry. The original. We got to see this cutting edge graphics. They don't have a screenshot of it? Hold on. Oh yeah. Oh, there's no screenshots. Well, that sucks. Okay, there is a screenshot, but it's not very good. I'm not. I guess I could do this on screen if I use a different window. Hold on. Wizardry 1. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Look at that cutting edge graphics. That is a door. Look at that door. There's another door. You see it? There's a door there. And can you see? I mean, you can almost see in your mind the two fighters and the samurai up front, and then the thief, priest, and mage in the back. And you can see with these numbers how much gear they have. -1 armor class. He's like sporting the plate mail armor. Yeah, this is probably as old school as you can get without going all the way to a mud game where it's all text. So Mana is pretty bad at coding in general, but you're passionate. You spend a lot of time troubleshooting programs. The most complicated thing you've made is an interest calculator. Sometimes works, but hey, it works sometimes. There you go. Focus on the positive, my friend. In 2 languages, that's great. My first program just moved a character around on the screen, and the character like represented someone, and then I had to draw a tree. I mean, you start really humble. Most people have humble beginnings, and then they grow over time, right? And I think that's perfectly fine. What, nothing to be. I wouldn't say you're pretty bad. I would say that you are where you are, and you're growing. As long as you're still into it and finding fun, you'll just get better and better over time. Mr. Love Pickle, how are you doing? You go to 6th grade, you don't have all all the time in the world on the best hardware to run on. Well, you don't need the best hardware to, you know. In fact, when you're first starting learning programming, you don't, that's the best time to not have the best hardware because you don't need it. If your programs are simple, it'll run on anything. You don't need it. You don't need good hardware. So I wouldn't worry about that. And that's great, programming in 6th grade. I wish I could get my kids programming, and they're all older than that. So congrats. If you're in school, you do have all the time. No, I don't know about that. Well, in future time, sure, but like when they're in school, they're busy. School is work. Come on, T.S. Joss. It's working in the sense that you're employed by your future self to get good. There you go. Mostly just do tech stuff. Hey, that's how I started. All of my stuff was text stuff. So you know how to make something move in text? You draw it on the screen in one place, then you draw over it with the space character, and then you draw it somewhere nearby. There, you just done animation, right? So text can move, and that's probably one of the very first things I did, drawing text on the screen and then moving it around. Fun stuff. All right, back to this, right? We fixed that bug. I should probably check this in as a commit. Get good, right? Or get GUI. All right, there's the bug fix. It's just setting that flag in the update sprite message. This is the modification to the test framework to exercise that bug and verify it's not there anymore. And then what's this? Oh, this is the front end equivalent that we include that flag in the message, and then if it's present, we draw it as a ghost. So there we go. It all goes together, right? Fix bug in ghosts well, in players appearing to pop in game. When a logged out player tile is updated, make sure to tell the front end that the tile... Actually, I need to check to see if it is sent to non-GM cameras, because that would be funny. But okay, so we're not gonna commit this yet. I need to test that. When a logged out player tiles update, make sure to tell the front end that the front... Well, really, it's to tell GM cameras about it. GM cameras that the tile is still marked gone. I'm not going to commit it yet. I wanna test this one player next to the other. So what's the best way to do that? Probably with an incognito window. Logged in as Bob, or was Bob? I forgot. Was Bob the one we were using that's dead? No, Bob's not dead. Okay, there's Bob. So we'll move Bob next to where the other player was, Raimu, right? I'll hang out right here, right? And then in another window, I gotta start this one off screen because it shows my JWT briefly. Actually, it didn't. Okay, there we go. Because I had the persistent login token, so we're good. So I'll move next to Bob, right? And then I will log out. So that's just closing the window, right? So Bob doesn't see me, but the GM should. Yep. And then I'm going to go modify that ghost just to change something that doesn't really make a difference. Update. Okay, cool. So it didn't show it. I was afraid that it would show it as a ghost, but it doesn't. So we're still good. We can go ahead and commit that. You don't even remember your first program, Mr. Love Pickle? Or at least you remember is that you're making maps on Warcraft 3 that were heavy in scripts? Well, what's the first program you do remember making? Can't do animation, but you haven't finished the beginner course. Probably will do a whole marathon. Well, simple animation is just when you draw something and then you erase it and you draw it somewhere else. There you go. Animation. Who is this Raimu guy? I know. Yeah. Good thing he logged out, huh? Create an account in your game and check it out. Oh, just remember, like the front page says, it is not complete. So I don't want to give people the wrong impression, right? So when you go to my game, actually, is this going to auto log me in? Yeah, let me log out. Just remember, most of the game is not yet written. Many game features are missing. And please tell me if things are broken. You can file them in game or on my GitHub. And not to give you the false impression that the game is anywhere near done. We're not even at alpha, I would say. Then we're cool, right? Yeah. Just make sure we're cool with that. There will be stuff missing, and it won't be fun unless you really like to see things really, 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 really early. And perhaps you might have an idea of what you'd like in the game. I'm open to ideas. We're at, what's before alpha? I don't know. My kids were asking me this other day, like, when are you going to go to beta, or when are you going to release the game? And I'm like, well, but the whole plan is to make it evolve over time on screen. And they're like talking about Adam's game just getting released and the fact that, well, you could play it before the release. And I'm like, that's a good point. Milestones are good for hype. So I've been thinking more and more about this, that as we approach what we feel as a community would be a good milestone, like, hey, I'm starting to spend more time doing game content than game engine code. Maybe that would be what we call alpha. And then when we're getting to the point where we like have enough where people are actually playing it when I'm not streaming, maybe that we would call beta. And then when we get to the point where we have enough, we have so much content and it's stable now, and people are actually willing to pay for expansions, maybe that's when we say, we'll mark it released. I'm thinking about doing something like that. If you want, you can put GitHub username. Well, that's, you can just, any ideas you have, you just go to the GitHub that I have. Not this window. This will not remember. Which window will remember? Probably. Oh yeah, we're already here. Just go to this GitHub, the issues link, and just file a ticket, and then I'll know who you are because it'll say that you filed it, right? So if you want to, when you file a ticket, you can say I am so and so on Twitch if you want. I don't want to dox you or anything. Yeah, 140 issues. Got a lot of work to do. Romania hate. Less to-do items than Adam does, though. Wouldn't you say? I mean, if you want to check out your intern... Oh, sure. Yeah, you can post that here if you want. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if you want feedback on anything, when I have the small amount of free time I might have, I'll try to check it out. Reminds me of your team 3 months ago. So what are you saying is in 3 months from now, Romania hate, I'll be where your team is and have like 400 bugs or something? 40 bugs, 2 weeks. I just hope I don't get swamped in these bugs where they're being opened faster than I can close them. Look, I've closed 62 of them. Isn't that good? We could have had 202 bugs if I didn't close any. All right. 1 bug down. What's the next one I want to do? The lighting system one. This is a tough one. Maybe that's what I do, though. I had made this silly little bridge tile here on purpose. And the idea is that if I put Bob down here on the other side of this mountain range wall thing, and then I take this bridge and I move it on top of that mountain, I should be able to not only walk across it, but see across it. But right now it doesn't work, right? I can only see the light in the tree behind it if I'm on one side of this fence, so to speak. And I wanted to change this because this bridge thing doesn't block light, and it's on top of the barrier, and I want that to allow light through. The same way that, like, in the real game, one of these doors... Hold on. Like, it's sort of too busy here to show it. Maybe back down in the sewers. Down here. Yeah, see, these are not just doors, but they're like gates, and the intention is that you could see through them. But if you go into my game right now, they block light and don't let you see across it. So that's the bug I want to fix today. I don't have the graphic for the door in here, so I just picked the bridge, but you can imagine it's like a window that should allow Bob to see through that and see the light on the other end without stepping on it and moving across. Also, standing on it, we should be able to see both directions, right? That's the problem. White Hector. Nice. We will check it out, sure. Let me put that in my notes to look at later. There we go. We'll give you a point. Thank you for sharing. Now you have a point. White hack. I can't say this without stumbling. White hat hacker. Say that 5 times really fast. I can't. Nice. Just because you close them doesn't mean you have to fix them. That's true, but I like to fix the ones I can. 1 bug down, 20 new bugs. Yeah. I was thinking about that the other day watching Adam's stream. If you don't know who I'm talking, what I mean when I say Adam, I'll give him a shout out. He's like working through the bug list on his game, and you would hope that he would eventually get on top of it as far as like he would fix them all. But you have those times where you worry, like if you fix 20 and in the meantime 25 were opened up, it's like you'll never escape. Said it 5 times really fast and you totally didn't screw it up. Oh yeah, sure, Rally Monkey, I totally believe you. It's like 9:25 p.m. here, but you don't have homework to do? Cool. I remember having homework and then not having any homework, and it's like, yes, I'm free. I'm free! For another day, I can do what I want. That's cool. Let's see. Oh, I had started working on this yesterday, and I didn't get it working, and it was starting to do some strange things, so I stashed it. So maybe what I should do is unstash it and take a look at it. So stash pop, right? And let's look at the diffs, I guess. Right, I had made a test for this create test. No, this is a helper. Create test tile set with light and a window. So that's window. As in does not block. It's sort of backwards. With visibility 0 means that it does not have any bits set in the visibility mask, meaning you don't need to have any special vision to see through it. And so that means like visibility 0 means you can see through it. Visibility 1 would mean it's blocked and that you can only... Is it that you can only see it if you have the ability to see through things with this bit set? Something like that. I forget. My names are bad. I start to think that I should, instead of calling it visibility, I should call it block or something, or light block or something. Anyway, that's window. And then we use that in a test down here, right? Yeah. Light passes through transparent tile on top of opaque tile. We have this arrangement. A wall, a light, and a camera. So the camera will not see the wall because the light's on the wrong side, right? And then we add a window on top of the wall. We should now see both the wall, the window, and the light because the window is transparent and pokes a hole in the wall. So that's what this test does. I think the test was good, and this is the attempt to fix it was deep inside the rendering system, there's a check to see if light should propagate. And right now, it says if it runs into a tile where the visibility is not 0, stop propagating the light and just bail. We're changing that to say, we'll propagate the light if the visibility is 0. We'll stop propagating if it's not 0. Either way, we break. And that didn't quite work out right, and I didn't have time yesterday to figure out why. Name it without visibility. Yeah, but that's too long of a name. See, my problem is I want to find a short enough name that has that information in it, you know, without abbreviating it. I mean, we can call it WVR and be like, what's WVR stand for? Oh, of course, without visibility restrictions. But yeah, names are tough. Since I'm 10 hours ahead or behind you, since I'm 10, let me just read it the way it's written. Since you're 10 hours behind me, I'm guessing from USA time zones is your jam. Yeah, so I'm in West Coast US. Pacific Daylight Time right now. I have no issue with long names. Mr. Light passes through transparent tile on top of it. Yeah, so that's true. You got me there, A squared. I've been trying to get better at that by having either a comment first thing in the test or sometimes a comment above the test, where if you don't want to read the long name and you'd rather read a lengthy description, you can just read the comment. You have a really funny idea for a game? It's going to be called Mayonnaise, like mayonnaise. Mayonnaise eating simulator. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a market for games that have that just centered around some kind of humorous concept. I think the trick would be to do it in a way that it's not overdone, and then people just like roll their eyes or get tired after a minute. VR adds a nice spin to it because it's very, very immersive, and so you feel the humor is visceral. Is that the right term? You can feel the humor. Now, if you could have like wouldn't that be cool if like you had a mayonnaise game and you can actually feel the slimy mayonnaise? You'd have to have a special glove or something. We'll get there. Tech will get there, right? Is this the test? Yeah, so we built it, now I'm gonna run it. I think we were seeing that the test still fails. Interesting. Oh, I remember why. It doesn't think that it needs to update it. And then I tried it in the test environment to see that, and it was seeing some really weird things. Yeah, so the act here is that we just create the window, and we found out that that's not enough because the window looks opaque, and the code right now ignores updates that affect only opaque tiles. I was going to change that to be that if you create, remove, or translate, move an opaque tile, it looks at every tile of that position to see if maybe you uncovered an opaque tile. Smell-o-vision, that's exactly right. So we'd have smell-o-vision and feel-o-VR. That's a disgusting idea to be, but someone's going to want to play that. People like the slime contests and slime games, right? Why not extend that to VR? Wouldn't that be cool? Gotta get good at coding first. Well, but you can start small, or you can team up with a coder. Your success increases the more support you have and the larger your team is, right? So, for example, my team is just me. Probably won't work out, but that's okay. It's just been a lifelong goal to at least try. When you work in a team, you don't have to be good at coding. You could be the idea person and maybe dabble in the coding. You don't know any coders? Yeah, but you're going to meet them, right? You'll meet coders. You'll meet coders, and then either you'll want to work with them coding, or maybe you'll work with them giving them ideas. All right. The code that goes with that is here somewhere. I just need to find it. Or would it be in component CPP? Because this, hold on, this test essentially becomes a create component of type, right? Yeah, I can just go there. On position touched. I think this is the core of it. It has a check in here that like abandons the logic early. Yeah, if the visibility is 0, it just returns. So we need to do more than that, I think. I think we need to look at the position index and see, is there anything else underneath it that might not be opaque? It's interesting to see that this doesn't actually look at the position index, but it could. We could totally look at the position index, right? So, hold on. Let's bracket. This is what the code used to be, and now we're going to comment it out, right? If I just went with that, it'll work, but it'll be extremely expensive. And I don't like that. So I want to have it return and not mark the position as dirty, but only if there's no other tile at that position that's opaque. I think that's the answer. There should be like a Discord server for people that look into coding teams. One thing you can try looking at is every dev streamer on Twitch that I know of has a Discord channel kind of associated with it, so I have one of those too. And so you could find one that's, active and has people in there that you kind of feel like you fit with, and then you can meet people that way. May or may not be my Discord, probably not. Mine's pretty new, so I'd look at the Discord for like a larger streamer that does coding. So like Adam, for example, he's got a Discord. I don't have the link to his Discord, but you can hang out in his channel, get his Discord link, and then just start chatting in his coding channel in Discord, and learn from them, chat with them, get to know them. That might be a path to take. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, there's usually a Discord for every dev streamer or artist that I've seen on Twitch, and that's a great way to connect to the community Because the people that you meet in the Twitch chat, they're the same people probably that are going to be in the Discord, and then it's all offline. There you go. Thank you, Playing with Scissors. I didn't know that he had it called, that it had a special name attached, but that's cool. Yeah, so Adam's Discord and channel is more JavaScript, but generic coding questions are always welcome there, especially if you're learning. And we have, I like to answer questions to help teach people. It doesn't have to be JavaScript. Yeah, that's right. He is a partner on both Twitch and Discord. He's got the perks. Okay, so there is a position indices. We're going to need to know what zone we're in, right? And we have the zone up there. Why do I do that? That's old code. I don't think I need that anymore. I could probably delete those lines. Is that the only reason oh no, I pick it out here. So let's pick that out early. And then say, find zone, const, do I want const auto? I think I do. Position indices entry equals. Because it's possible that there is no cache of that, and if there isn't, what do I do? Probably return. Yeah, so if this one ends up being this dot end, just return early. Otherwise, now we're in the correct zone. Now we got to look at all the entities at that position. So it would be position index entry is this second find, and then get the X and Y, which I have down here, which I will move up. All right. Now, if that, let's see. Yeah, what if nothing is there? Actually, I don't even need to look this stuff up if it's non-zero. What if I add something in here? Ultimately, we're gonna do this if something is true, right? So like, let's make a Boolean. Position needs updating, right? And then we'll eventually say, if that's true, then we need to do this, right? But it might be that we could figure out that we don't need to do that right away if this is, or we know that it should be true. If this is non-zero, and that's true. Actually, I can turn it around and say, if it's zero, then do something. Otherwise, it's always true. And then this something is the contents here, right? Either way, we'll need X and Y, so we'll pull that out. And then that goes inside. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You fantasize about creating an MMORPG in old Ultima-style graphics? Yeah, I've been wanting to do that for like 15 years. And I finally took the opportunity to start doing it. So that's what I'm doing here. You got it. I'm pretty far from my goal, though. So it's going to be a while because I'm a little bit nuts in that I don't work off of a game engine, so I'm making the engine myself. So all this is, I did practically everything except for some of the low-level libraries like the SSL library and the zlib library I picked up. Otherwise, it's all handmade, so it's taking me a lot longer to make the game. But you can see the aesthetic is reminiscent of that. So there's a lot of like the position of the worldview and the size of the worldview and the fact that the interaction, the text interaction with the game is below that, and then there's some maybe display on the right. That's almost exactly the same as the old Ultima games, which was my inspiration, right? So like there's Ultima 4, right? Kind of looks similar in the layout. Okay, that was over there and I moved it down there, but you get the idea, right? You just went down a stream and turns out you're watching my stream. Oh, they're hosting me? Oh, that's nice of Adam. Cool. Yeah, Adam's a great guy, and sometimes will host or raid me. But below the screen, there should be a should be panels to explain like what Adam's stream is about, and he'll be back tomorrow, I think. Yeah. So welcome to the channel. Good. How do I say your name? Good Gulf. Nice. Interesting. I have a little program that's helping me out in chat and not always showing me the most up to date information. Oh, I see why. Okay, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. There, I fixed it. I should show that off, but it would be a diversion from my game. But maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'll talk about the little stream helper I made on the side. All right, anyway, we're working on this bug here. If you're just joining me, I don't have the right graphic here. It's a bridge. It should be like a window or a doorway, but if I put a portal in a wall kind of thing, I want it to where if you step through the doorway, it should not go black like that. And when you go on the other side, it should not block light. You should be able to see what's on the other side here. So I'm working to fix that right now. That's what I'm doing. And it's in here in the rendering system. Secret project revealed tomorrow. I mean, I could do it later today. I just don't want to get too distracted. Okay. Position, we just assume we probably don't want to update it if we don't have to, so we start as false, right? Get the position we're thinking about, and we say, well, if the visibility of that tile is not 0, we definitely need to update it. If we update it, that's how we update it. We put it into a map that we later use to tell the players about it, right? Well, if the visibility is 0, it used to be that we just didn't do anything, but now we're going to look more closely and see, is there something else at that position that does have a non-zero visibility? I think the way I'm going to do this is I just iterate through this. So for const auto position, or I think it's whatever the data type of this entity with depth list. So we'll say entity with depth list in position index entry. Oh, we didn't see if that is end. We should do that. If this is equal to that end iterator, right? Then we're also returning early. And that should be a second dot, right? Yeah. So when we're glooping through these, I think I cached the visibility in here. Didn't I? Oh, crud, I did not. I have depth, entity, tile set, and tile ID. Oh, I thought I cached the visibility somewhere, though. Is that some other data structure I did that in? I think I did that in light map or something. No. Was it this thing? No. Okay, I could have sworn that entity with depth list had it in there, but I guess I'm wrong. Entity with depth. Yeah, it's just entity, depth, tile set, and tile ID. So where did I put visibility? It's right position, delta position. I'm not seeing it. Visibility. Nowhere. I'm just not remembering right. Let's search for this word visibility. I thought I cached it somewhere. Tile set cache. Oh, okay. We have a tile set cache. I forgot about that. So, let's find where I use that. There we go. Right. Okay, so we already have the entry. I just didn't see that. Okay, so there. Okay, I have it. I have it there for the tile we're interested in. So I just need to do another find for inside that loop. So something similar to this. Right. So here, right? So here it's this dot tile ID. And then, actually it's that, right? And then tile set entity is this dot tile set, I think. And I think instead of returning, it's going to be a continue. Why is that giving me a little red squiggly? Oh, wait, did I copy that wrong? I did. That should be a find with that in it. There we go. All right, I missed some chat. Shouldn't be looking for teams now, to be honest, should get better at than an absolute beginner. I don't know. You might find other people that are also absolute beginners that also are learning coding. Who knows? What does using var equals mean in this context? What were we looking at that had a var in there? Did I have var? I don't have var in here anywhere, do I? Yeah, if you see var, it's probably either in C# or in JavaScript, and it's the equivalent of auto in C++. It just says that it's some variable who will let the compiler figure out what the type of the variable is. Yeah. So it's like auto. It's called type deduction. And it means some more stuff in JavaScript. It also means it's a global, I think. And if you don't want it to be global, if you want it to be lexicographically like constrained within the scope, then you use let instead of var. All right. I was here, right? Somewhere I was here. Somewhere. Let's go back to the last edit. Okay, I'm here. Right. Continue. If it's so, this is also a continue. And that's the visibility. And I don't. We don't really need to assign this. We can just say, we can just check. If it's not equal to 0, then position needs updating is true, and we can break out, right? Otherwise, it's going to keep looking at everything in that position, and if anything is opaque, it will set that to true and break out. If it doesn't find anything, it'll still be false, and then we won't be doing that. And then we need the zone entity. Okay, fine, we'll pull that out too. There we go. Everybody happy now? I can build this? Yeah, I think this will work. Let's see if the test passes. Where is the test again? I'm lost. This will remember which one failed last time, right? I can find it that way. Yeah, this one. Run it again. Hey, it passes. But let's run them all. Because I usually break something. I didn't break anything. Wow. Not global, but hoisted? You're probably correct. I am a JavaScript newbie. My understanding was it's roughly like making it global, but not visible to everybody. But still, like the variable continues to exist. But maybe I should just stop talking because I don't really know what I'm talking about. We'll just say it's hoisted, and if we want to know more, we'll look it up. So thank you, Doc. And hello, by the way. And also 2H Strike. Welcome to the stream. Along with Mr. Balrog. I didn't see you chat. I missed it. Oh, there it is. Aliasing namespace. It's like pound define in other languages. What's like pound define in other languages? Like pound define in C is making a symbol mean like map to something else. So it's like a constant. Or like a macro, like replacing some characters with some other characters. It's not quite the same as a variable, a var, though. Looking at memes, because why not? Just found this meme. It says highest level of advertising, and it's huge like billboard, and it's a picture of on paint saying, "We are looking for graphic design." Nice one. Nice meme. Okay. I feel like I should just try this out in the test environment now and see how it goes. So we will stop the test servers and start them again. Whenever I do this, I should take the opportunity to stretch. So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to get like bad posture. Since I gotta wait for my server to start, it takes about 15 seconds anyway. Why not? I should stretch it. Stretch. I should look at the corner, off to the distance. Yay, light from outside. Alright, so it should have started. I can move again, yay. Oh, look, I can see through that barrier. Ooh, it might be working. Nice. Now, the real test would be what happens when I move the bridge. So let's go to lighting test, and let's move the bridge. There's the bridge, let's move it. Oh, look at that, it worked. I put the bridge back. Ah, it almost worked. Okay, Bob had to move for it to work. Okay, why would that be? I'm guessing Bob's vision map didn't get updated. Actually, no, it's more than that, because that tile should appear, right? Like, if I took that light and moved it, and then move it back. Yeah, so the light map and the vision map are not being updated. If we place the portal back on the wall. But it looked like it was working when I moved it off, though. Yeah, so it's working when I put it on, and when I take it off. There's the bridge. Put it on, it didn't work. Until I move. Or move the light. Let's put the light right there. Well, if I put the light there, let me move the tree next to it. Because I wanted to play around with that tree shadow. Right? The shadow that that tree is casting. Interesting lag I'm seeing. I wonder if that's because I have this game window open. I don't need that open. Let's close it. Yeah, weird lag. Okay, anyway. So why would it update the light map when I remove it, but not when I put it back? I need to think or go through with you guys what happens when I move something on to another tile. That, if we trace it back again, it's change, where is it? Is it change or no? Set entity component type, right? And we would be changing the position, so we go through all this stuff. We're removing it from where it was and adding it to where it is. And then we're touching what? Oh, that's touching the old position, not the new one. Ooh, is that it? What? Shouldn't I call this twice? One for the old position and then once for the new position? How do we know where it was before? Because it was stored in the position index before, right? No. Oh, no, this is the old position. Okay, yeah, it's touching the old position, right? That's the problem. It's not touching the new position. Where do I change it? Down here. That's where it's changed. Okay, so maybe what I need to do is call this again. If the type is position. Should probably make a test to reproduce this bug, right? So we'll take the test I just got working and we'll make another one that's slightly different. All right. So in this one, what we're going to call it? Light passes through transparent tile once it is placed on top of opaque tile. So there you go. I'm making it even more absurdly long, but I'll redeem myself through explanation. We have this arrangement. Initially, the camera doesn't see the wall. Hold on, isn't that exactly what we're doing? Wait a minute. Why did my test pass? Oh, it's because it's created, not moved. Okay, so we need to have the window somewhere else. So we'll put the window there, right? I just noticed I have this text twice, so I don't need that. Thank you for that follow, by the way. This is actually so true. Confess your love, your crush. Finally, a worthy friend. Our friendship. Every time you hear that friend word, it's like that dagger is being driven deeper, right? Oh, I don't know what to say. Initially, the camera doesn't see the wall because the wall is only lit. Then the window is moved on top of the wall. Okay, that's exactly what I want, but let me depict that there's actually a space there, because that's going to be an important thing. We're going to create the window, but it's going to be in between the wall and the light. And then I need to put the camera even further away. Right, and then the act will be we move the window. So that's components set entity. Now let me not type that. Let me steal it from somewhere else. Here we go. I'm going to totally steal it. And it's going to move the window. Wait a minute. Why does this say... Okay, that's the wrong one. I don't want tile, I want position. There we go. That's what I want. The window. Offline games be like saving your game for the 100th time. Your brain, do it again. Well, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I do that with saving the file I'm working on in the text editor. Every time I hit save, and then I'll write an extra line of code, or maybe I'll just change that 0 to a 1. I'm always like compelled to hit save again, and you know why? Because years ago, I would be writing in the text editor for a long time, for like an hour, and not hit save. The computer would crash, lose an hour of work. And that was very tragic. So now, like, it's burned into me to constantly hit save, even for text editors that are saving for me. In fact, like, Google Docs makes me uncomfortable because it saves for me, and I'm like, always like, how do I save this? I feel like I need to save it, and it's not letting me save. Why do you take the control of saving away from me? Yeah, I do the same thing in games too. I will have like 200 save files. I'm like, why did I save this game so much? Moving the window to on top of the wall. So that's 2, 0. And zone is zone. And depth we will keep at 1. What's the most work progress ever lost at once of the crash? I think I lost like... I remember losing like at least a day of work. Any longer than that is probably blocked out of my memory. I know playing with scissors. Once in a blue moon, I'll play a game. Make it fake saving? Yeah. What helps is to see the little indicator in the corner saying, your changes have been saved. That makes me comforted a little bit. But still, yeah, it doesn't quite feel right. And that's not something I'm used to. Hey there, Stay Thirsty 90. You had that same issue with Google Docs. You're like, it's like that insecurity of like, you feel like you need to save, but it does it for you. And like, do you trust it, right? Okay. Right, so we're not going to get a sprites message. Actually, we won't get a sprites message, we'll get something else, right? Oh, why were we getting a sprite message before? Was that because the camera... This isn't quite right. Why would we get a sprites message? We created the camera, cleared the feedback, and all we did was create a window. So why are we getting sprites? Shouldn't that be add? Sprite? I'm missing something. Oh, I know why. Because it's technically not supposed to be a sprite message, but it is because the light map is recalculated, I think. No, that's still not right. Why are we getting a sprites message? This is bothering me now. Hold on, I'm not done with this, but let me comment it out. I want to understand why am I getting a sprites message and not add sprite messages for that. Let me go here and see what's going on. Because it's not a new camera. It should go into old update camera views. No, not that. Yeah, it should go into here, right? Let's go here. Debugger. Really? Hold on. That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, wait, I think I broke too early. I need to hit this point first. Yeah, so I'll go a few more times and then go again. Right, so there are 4 dirty entities. So why am I getting a sprites message and not an ad? Sure, update, yeah. It's not a special. Hold on. Why did we get out of that? Oh, maybe because it wasn't visible. Right, update. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's not going through the path I thought it would. Hey there, Oblivioner. I'm a little bit confused at my own code. Oh, you too, Manez? Yeah, sometimes I'll see a meme for the first time and I'm like, what's funny about that? And then I like dawns on me later. It's called well, at least I think of it as having slow humor. You don't get the meme right away and then you're like at some point in the middle of the day you're like, "Oh, that's what that meant." Something about this that I'm not getting. I think it might be that the could see is set to true. What is that? Oh, that's just updating these. Yeah, okay, never mind. It thinks that it could see them all before. That's not true. Okay, I think that test might have passed for the wrong reasons. Let's run that again. And I want to see it get the feedback too soon. Too soon, executus. Too soon. Feedback comes at feedbacks, right? Okay, it is empty. Should still be empty. Okay, and then I'm just gonna look and see where that message is sent. Yeah, is this getting called for some reason? Let me see. It is. Why? Why is this being called? Because the camera is in a different zone? Oh, the refresh flag. The refresh flag is being set. I think that's... Yeah, I think I remember why I did that. It's not the best. It's like basically giving up and saying, well, too much has changed. Yeah, if the camera bounding box contains what? What is this entry? Yeah, if anything within the camera's bounding box is marked dirty, we just do a wholesale camera refresh. Mostly because I know I need to recalculate the it's for the wrong reasons. You know, okay, I'll deal with that later. That's an optimization problem. It's not optimal. It's going to constantly be doing the wrong message. That's okay. I understand why it's done now. Let me mark that in my notes. Actually, I probably already marked it previous days. We'll mark it again. Okay, reminder. The rendering system is doing a wholesale refresh. If any tile within the camera's bounding box changes, this is really inefficient. We should still look for diffs, at least in the information reported to the front end. We might still have to do a refresh of the camera's vision map, but once we get that vision map refreshed, we should still compare what sprites did we tell the front end before and what do we have now, and only transmit the differences. Right now, it's not doing that; it's transmitting everything. Okay, so it passes, but it's inefficient. Fine. Now, what about when we place the window on top? So this should still fail, right? Because we're seeing it fail in the real game here. Unless I'm not understanding why this is failing. Where we're saying that if I take this window off and then put it back, it didn't show us. So something different. I wonder something. Let me reload that. I want to reload it with having access to the WebSocket though. Okay. There's the WebSocket messages. Now I'm going to move the bridge off. What do we get? We get a sprites message saying, yeah, basically a refresh of the camera, right? And then I'm going to put the bridge back on. What do I get? I get nothing. What if I put the bridge down one? I get a refresh. But it doesn't draw anything up here. Okay, it did a refresh but did not recalculate the light map. Is that what happened? Then why did it work in the test environment? I want to know why. Because if I refresh there, what is it doing? Oh, that's funny. It chose now to say you shouldn't trust that unsigned certificate. Then I gotta say advanced, proceed to localhost. You can trust localhost. Wonder if I should just add that permanently to the exception list. Anyway, see, now we can see it. It will be kind of broken though in that I can't see that tile though. And the way that's fixed is by making the light map force it to recalculate by moving the light around. Okay. It's not working in the actual test environment, but it is working in the unit test. So something must be different. I wonder if I got something there wrong. I suppose I could just step through it. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to step through it and see why it doesn't work. Yeah, why don't you work? Let's put a breakpoint right before the act and then debug. And then that set should, well, the update systems after the set should cause it to go into here somewhere, right? No, it should be marked dirty, but even before that, we should Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might know why. I think there's a difference between set and create. There's create entity component of type. Isn't there? Maybe there isn't. Oh, no, it's just set. Okay, never mind. I don't know what it is. Okay. Thanks for stopping by the stream, Manez. It was cool having you around. Good luck with school and all that. Right, set any component type position. Yeah. Why does the test... Wait a minute, hold on. The test didn't work. I'm just getting myself confused, aren't I? Yeah, I ran the wrong test. I'm just being dumb. I ran this test up here and I saw, oh, it passed. We're ready to try it. But really, I should have run this test and saw that it didn't work. Okay, I'm just confusing myself. We didn't finish the code. The test fails, showing us the bug that it didn't reveal the light. Okay. Tomorrow's school, we don't have your regular teachers. We have 11th and 12th grade teachers teach us for the schools. Interesting. 117th birthday. Wow. I didn't think schools celebrated that kind of thing, but maybe that's just a difference between the US and where you are. Well, I hope that's a fun experience to be taught by different teachers. All right. I think I was looking at the correct code all along, that the correct place in the code all along where I needed to fix. This is only touching the place that it was at. Then we make the change and we don't reevaluate. So I think I need to take this code and do some of it down below after the change. So that's down here. If the type is position, I don't need to do this stuff, but I do need to do that. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just take that line? Because those are equivalent. I can just do that. And I can just take that line and do it up here. That's the same thing, right? So touch both the before and after positions. I think that's okay. The only reason it might not be is if this on position touch goes back and re-enters the ECS. Let's see if it does. I don't think it does. I think it just looks at the position index, so we should be good. Only have 4 hours of school? Oh, cool. So my kids have, like, they call it a minimum day every once in a while where, yeah, they only have like 4 hours instead of 8. They've been having more of those lately. They'll have it for training teachers. They'll just tell the students, "Oh, you're leaving. It's a half. You know, halfway through the day, you get to leave because we get taught ourselves." This is why you said you have all the time while being in school. Well, even when you work, you get half days once in a while, right? You gotta go run an errand or get your root canal drilled, right? Rally monkey. Okay, cool. So it's we're getting output, but it's not what's expected. What is different? I'm looking at the differences. Oh, it differed right there. Oh, I had the coordinates wrong. Oh yeah, I forgot to update that. I shifted everything over. So the light's at -3, right? Yeah, and then the wall and window are at -2. No, -1. They're both at -1. The window used to be at -2. We moved it to -1. Got it. Oh, that sucks. They don't change the bus schedule just because the school schedule changes? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so it's like a job. 40 hours of school, it's like a 40-hour-a-week job. I like to tell my kids, like, you guys work too. It's working to fill your brains with knowledge. I messed up. Oh, there's the X. I mistyped. Probably someone saw that and just didn't say or didn't read it. That should be a 1, not a 21. They do change buses, but why would you have to wait 2 hours? Feeling your knowledge, you're just watching fantasy stories. No, when you're in school. When you're in school, you're working. Don't you think? Oh, you forgot. So, oh, I see. So you won't have to wait. That's good. Nice. I hate waiting. That's one of the things I hate the most about life is when I have to wait. And I had nothing to do. I don't know about you guys, but it's one of the most anxiety driven or driving things is I have to sit and wait and I have nothing to do. So now whenever I think I might have to wait somewhere, I bring a book. So at least I'll have a book to read. Let's run all the tests. Oh, okay. It says it's all passing, so we'll try again. Usually read some articles or something when you have nothing to do. Yeah, but a few times I've gotten stuck where there are no articles. You know what it's been? Doctor's offices with kids. And you're there and you didn't think you'd have to wait that long. So you're sitting there with your kid in the doctor's office and there's nothing to do and nothing to read. It's not like you can go back out to the lobby and say, hey, I'm bored. Can I borrow one of your newspapers? So yeah, I'll bring a book now. And then my kid will be bored and I'll be like, sucks to be you. I have this book. You should have brought one too. Bring his Rubik's Cube. That's a great idea. I've been trying to teach my son how to solve the Rubik's Cube using the technique my dad came up with. It's a slow technique, but it was easy to memorize. But it's surprisingly difficult to teach Rubik's Cube to a 12-year-old. All right. That's the GM view. There we are. Now we're going to take the bridge away. I don't think this loaded correctly. Yeah, it didn't load correctly. I didn't think it did. Did this load correctly? It did. Sometimes the GM connection gets sort of messed up. Oh, I wonder if it's the same thing? Handshake problem? Interesting. Yeah, it's the same handshake problem. Because I'm using this unsigned certificate. So that should clear that up. And then I reload that one, and then we're in business, yes? No? Yes, just takes a while. It's slow because it's a debug build and all that. I accept that. Okay, go to lighting test, please. All right, grab the bridge and move it. Okay, advantages. Put it back. Oh, it works. So now I can poke holes in walls. Look at that. With this bridge, I can poke holes in walls and lights shine through. It also fixed the problem with the light being on the wall, too. Do you see that? I didn't expect that to happen. Actually, I did expect that to happen. I should have expected that to happen. Because the light itself is marked transparent, so it unblocks itself when it's on a wall. That's cool. Nice. I like it. All right, so... And it doesn't screw up these other shadowing effects, like the fact that you can't see that square there because the tree is in the way. That didn't get screwed up by the ground underneath being transparent, because we stop when we get an opaque one in the way. I like it. Okay. Time to check it in. And maybe I deploy this. Did I forget to commit this last one? No, this was the attempt, and then here's the real. So maybe clean up the comments I left behind. Yeah, let's clean this up. I wonder if I should just refactor this now because it's really hard to read it. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, your point system is numbers from 1 to 5. We had that in the US too. Like 1 to 5 or 1 to 6. But it's more for the elementary grades, like 1 through 5 or 6. And then when they get to, intermediate level, then it goes back to the old US, A, B, C, D, F. Ah, that's interesting. So in college, it's 1 to 10? Interesting. All right. So that was it. That line plus iterating through other things at the same position to allow transparent tiles to override, basically. And that's the test for it, right? Or what was this one? That's the helper for it, right? We wrote yesterday. I wrote yesterday and I didn't check it in yet. Okay, good, 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 good. So all of this together is fix problem with opaque tiles. So fix. There was more than one problem, right? Well, really, it's just one problem. Fix problem with opaque tiles not passing light. There we go. So if an opaque tile was on top, no, I got this backwards. It's transparent. If a transparent tile was on top of an opaque tile, it was light was still not passing through. Change the rendering system logic to look at all tiles in a position from top to bottom and allow light through if a transparent tile is found first. Is that true? Does that mean I don't really need to iterate? I just need to look at the top one? Okay, well, there might be one that doesn't have a valid tile ID. So I still want to look from top to bottom. So I should really say this. Change the rendering system to look at the topmost tile in a position in that position. Topmost valid tile in that position. And allow light to pass through if and only if that tile is transparent. Right? Change the rendering system logic to look at the topmost valid tile in that position and allow light through if and only if the tile is transparent. Got it. All right. I think I got it. We got it, chat. So, garbage collect and push that. And we're done with that bug. On to bug number 3. Okay, good night, Manez. It took me 3 tries to say it. Have a good one. The first valid tile is more or less what you want, yes. So there could be invalid tiles, and they basically become invisible. It's mostly just so they don't cause a crash, because if it's outside the range of the tile set, then this lookup will fail. It will be, I think this would, what would this do? It actually, it wouldn't crash. It would just, no, it would go out of range. It's a vector. You would cause an out of range memory access. So we don't want that to happen. So I got to do something. So I'm like, we'll just skip it. It's just illegal, right? So I don't want it to affect the rendering system one way or the other. I just want to skip it. I might want to also just log an error or something. This shouldn't really happen. This would be that there's a tile in the game that references a tile set I've destroyed. Isn't there a first method in C#? Yeah, there is, but I'm in C++. And there is nothing built into vector. This is vector? Standard vector? I don't think there's anything built in that's the equivalent of a first method in C#. It would be cool, right? I can say with that, find the first one of it which satisfies this condition, rewritten. If I was refactoring, maybe that's something I would do here. I would change this for loop into a function that takes a lambda expression, or another function which is the predicate, so to speak. That would be like what you'd give to the first method in C#. I could do that. I like that idea. Let me give you a point. You're giving me all sorts of neat ideas. I'm going to forget this context unless I write it down. So let me do that. So it might... It sounds like an interesting idea to apply this concept in whatever that function is named. This one. To replace the for loop. There's only one for loop, right? Yeah, to replace the for loop. So I'll think about that. Find... Oh, so it already exists? Well, silly me. Is it current though? Let's see. Dev docs. Let's look it up. Dark mode, please. Thank you very much. And let's look at C++. And let's look at findIf. FindIf does take a predicate. I don't know. This is an algorithm, right? There's not one attached to vector. See, I like and I don't like it. I think it would be convenient. I would like it more if it was a member of vector so that I wouldn't have to say the first last, right? If it was just standard vector find with a predicate, that would be cool. Okay, I'll still give you a point for that. So you got... Maybe that's... I would use that in the mechanics for what I would make. There we go. Hey there, Mars Raptor. Yeah, so thank you, iGrok. I'll wave to you, say hello. Now that my evil plan of unlurking you has succeeded by prompting you to tell me that. It's like they're all sorts of lurkers and channels, and one surefire way to unlurk them is to find something that you don't know but they do, and then that prompts them to say it. Right? Then that's a guaranteed way to unlurk them. But thank you for that. I appreciate the finding all the things that I don't know and letting me know. It really helps me. It's one of the reasons I stream. The best way to get an answer on the internet is to provide a wrong answer instead, or just claim ignorance, right? Like if I say I don't know how to do it, invariably someone in chat will say, "I know how you can do it. Do it this way." You know everything already. That's the surefire way to get everyone to stop watching you. If you just say, "I know everything, you guys can't help me," then no one's gonna watch that, right? I'd rather just say I don't know and then wait for someone to correct me. Oh, well, thank you for joining. All right, let me try to get reoriented here. I think I'm done with these two, right? I was going to think about this. So let me explain what that means. Showing tiles lit at different intensities, right? So this has come up a few times where it gets confusing to players, like, what are we seeing here, right? Why are there these gaps? And that's because right now it's either lit or not lit. This light here is lighting these tiles, but not these ones because these are too far away from that light. We're seeing these tiles because it's close enough to us that we can see it with so-called ambient light, or, you know, however you want to think of it. Like, even in a dark room, you can see a little bit if there's the slightest bit of ambient light. So it's kind of jarring to see this break in here, and it would look better, viewers have suggested it would look better if tiles closest to the light you could see brightly, but then as it goes further away from the light, we dim it. So we would see a visual cue that these are probably lit by this light because it grows brighter the closer we get to the light, right? And there are a couple ways I could do that, but they'll include extra logic on the server side, because instead of having a flag whether or not it's lit, I need to have a quantity, like, how lit is it? How lit is this, fam? It could be simple counting down. When we propagate the light, it could start at 4 and then go 3, 2, 1, and then that's where it stops, right? But then I need to tell the front end that. So every tile we give, we have to include extra information, how bright to show it. Very lit, yeah? I know, it's very lit. Brainstorming collision in ECS, your gray matter is boiling, huh? Collision, what do you mean by collision? Like detecting when the motion of one entity should be constrained or prevented or changed by another one? Because then we're talking about physics engines, right? My ECS is very, very simple. Motion is in discrete steps. So it's, can we move left? Yes, then move left. Can we move right? No, then we don't move. And that's a conscious decision the game systems make in response to the player requesting movement. It either moves or it doesn't move if something's in the way or not. And we do that with lookups. I could just look, is there a tile to the right? Yes. Is it a barrier? Yes. Okay, you can't move. Very simple. Thanks for the follow, by the way. If this was more continuous, or like we're doing a physics system, it gets a lot more complicated because you have to calculate when will they collide, and when they do, how are you going to change things, right? Wall collision or hit detection, yeah. For me, it's very simple. I just see, is there something there or not? For a continuous system, it's a lot more complicated. If I have like another UI for this game that uses continuous motion, it's going to get a lot more complicated. How do I want to deal with this? I just said I would think about it, right? Think about and discuss. We can think about and discuss it. I'm kind of feeling like I don't want to do any work on it right now, though. So I think I'm just going to move on. I'll say we did what we said we would do. We thought about it. Because I'm undecided. Either leave it as it is, show the intensities with a drop off, and if we do, how is it done? With numbers given to the front end, or maybe the front end just knows, hey, there's a light there, and so just calculate the... If we knew that there was a light there, I could make it done in a shader almost, right? I could compute the distance from the lights and then just make the alpha, the value of the alpha blend for that tile be whatever that is, right? You're not mad. You made a camera for your framework and it seems to work. Nice. Congrats. All right. I'm gonna continue to think about that, but not do any work right now. Consider removing the change flag. Yeah, that would be nice to do. This says I should no longer be necessary. Is that true? Can I change Bob's label without changing the changed flag? Let's see. If I make Bob into Mike, what happens? It doesn't update, right? But if I set this to true, then it does update. But just the setting of the tile in the first place should have been enough. So let me look at the code to see, what do I do with that changed flag? Where would that be? It would be in key names. Change this thing, key tile change. How do we use that thing? We use it here in announce sprite update. And I think we only call this if the tile is marked dirty in the first place. Update tile for cameras, right? Yeah, only if it's marked dirty in some way already. So why do I care about the changed flag? Oh, I know why. Because if it's not changed, then we don't need to transmit update tile at all. Right, because if at this point all we know about it is that something changed. Right? Where is that actually set? It's set in components, right? Yeah, so here, if we... Okay, I guess it's not when we create the tile, which is interesting. Oh, because we know that this does it for us. If we touch the position, it's going to end up marking the entity dirty. Yeah, it's going to mark the entity dirty if we touch the position it's in. All right. So, but that's the only thing we know about it. We don't know what the nameplate, for example, used to be unless I cache it somewhere. Is that the answer? I have to cache the entire component? The entire tile component? I mean, I could do that. It's just more memory usage. Where do we hold information now? what if I go to set entity component again? Position index holds where it was, but I don't think that's, I think that's all it holds, right? Okay, we know its depth. We know its depth, and okay, we know also a tile. So what if I added label here? I would need label and I would need health bar, right? Is that too much to put in here? Oh, other things could change about it too, right? Like, let me look at all those things. So, what are all the reasons we set that change flag? If we change our name, whether or not we're masked, or the tile, which tile to paint. So that we're caching, but these we are not. But I could cache that. What about health bar? Where would I see that? These are tests, right? I'm gonna ignore tests. I want to see in the real code, where do we set that flag? Is it just there? Nah, it's got to be more than that. I bet I did it in the game logic, and so it would be C colon in Lua files. C? Here we go. Update the character health bar, yes. Okay, so the Lua game logic will set that flag if we change the health bar. Otherwise, it's hold on, let me pin that. Otherwise, it's set right, one of these two. This one. So that in the executor is when the character's profile changes. So if they change their name, if we change that they're masked or not, if they change their tile, and in the game systems, if we change the health bar, those are all the places we set this flag, which is the C flag with the label change, with the constant. I don't know how to describe it. It's encoded as the C character, but we give it this name key tile change so we can read it better in the code. So if I got rid of the flag, we wouldn't see health bar changes. We wouldn't see tile. We wouldn't see nameplate changes, and we would see tile changes though, right? Or we could, because I could look at what it was and what it's changed to, because that's in the position index. But that's kind of hard to find. Let me think about this. This is tough. I painted myself into a corner yet again. Back here, right? Yes. What is... Oh, I see. Because it's stored in the position index, we have to find the corresponding position of it. Wait, where did we look that up? Oh, right here. So yeah, so because I have to cache the tile information in the position index, I have to get the position there. Okay. Maybe the cleanest way to do this, I think, would be to introduce a tile cache as well as a position cache. Right? So this position indices maps entity to basically a cache of like, no, this is not the entity, this is the zone that's in. So every zone has a position index, and every position index maps, for every position there's a cache of what's there, and then what we cache are what is it, how high up in the draw order it is, and then what to draw. But I'm not saving the health bar, the label, or what was the third thing? or whether it's masked or not, which is part of the label. If I wanted to, I think it would make sense to just move these out. If I just had the entity, then I could look up the rest of this stuff from that other cache. So maybe that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so let's arrange a unit test for this. I feel like I should take a break first, though. I gotta get into the mode of taking breaks so that I can do longer streams, right? Do you guys want to see me do a 24-hour stream at some point? I still don't quite understand what the appeal is. Why do people want to see 24-hour streams? I don't know. If I ever want to do that, I gotta get into the discipline of taking more breaks. Not really. See, TS Just is one extreme, playing with scissors is the other, right? Actually, I guess playing with scissors, you're more in the middle. You're like, not really. The other extreme would be definitely not. Who watches a 24-hour stream? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I felt some hype for the streamer, like, because it's an impressive thing to do. But other than that, I don't really see why I would want to do it. Is it just that the sense of like it's something impressive that they're doing, and you just kind of want to be a part of that? Like it's a once in a streamer's life thing that they do. It's unhealthy, no benefits. Yeah. Well, I guess you could laugh at the streamer as they start to get really tired and make mistakes. It might be fun for a gaming stream to see them get worse at the game the more tired they get. Anyway, if I do want to stream longer, like to increase my work hours, I do need to learn how to take breaks. People be like, whoa, went to bed and you're still going. Can you cook me something too, playing with scissors? I'm hungry. You could ship it super urgent, and maybe I'll get it while it's still warm. Enjoy your meal, playing with scissors. See you later. If I moved the tile cache, I also wouldn't need to do this junk, would I? Yeah, okay. I'm convinced. I'm going to add another cache for tile information so that I can avoid the change flag and I can avoid these extra lookups and stuff. So, testing time. So the evidence of it would be that we can change the component, the label on something without needing to set that, excuse me, without setting that flag, right? So this kind of already, no, not this one. One of these already did that, right? Where I set the label to something. Right, this one. Yeah, this one. Okay, we're going to take this test and copy it to the bottom. I got a lot of tests. This used to be over 5,000 lines. We refactored it, shrunk it down, but now it's growing again. What do we name this one? Sprite tile change does not require changed flag. All right. I want to do it in a way that doesn't break other tests at first. So we'll have a changed flag, but it'll just stay false. So let's just have, it doesn't matter what this is. We'll call it, what am I going to call it? Thing. We'll create a thing. Sound good? And let's put it at 1. Just keep it simple. 1, 0. We'll put the camera at 0, 0. Sure. It can be an admin camera. I don't care. The tile 1 was what? Oh, it's just a test tile set, so there's just one tile, right? No, there's transparent and opaque. I don't care. Yeah, it's just a thing. There we go. Done. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Start the game systems. That caches all the tile set information. Then we add a camera and update again. And that gets the camera set up initially. And then we're going to change its tile. Oh, let's delete these ones. They're irrelevant. We're just changing the tile of the thing, right? To name it Joe. And we're going to keep that at false. These kind of go together, so let me put them together. All I'm doing is adding a nameplate, Joe, to the thing. I expect an update sprite. And not a modify component. just an update that says that the thing has a nameplate of Joe. There's no gone flag. It's not gone. The tile's 1, tile set, and the depth change is still 0. Yeah. Depth is one of those weird things where we report it with the sprite, but it doesn't come from the tile. It comes from the position. I wonder if this should be taken out of the update sprite and moved to the move sprite, because move sprite is for position changes. Update sprite is for non-positional changes. Let me make a note about that. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Note: it doesn't really make sense that we send update sprite when a depth change occurs. Shouldn't that be in move sprite? Because the depth is recorded with the position anyway, and the position is handled, changes to position are handled with move sprite. Update sprite, yeah. But since it's unrelated to what I'm doing now, I'm just going to make a note and go back to what I was doing. Yeah, so that's what I expect. Only an update sprite to tell us about the nameplate. We never set that changed flag. So this will fail because right now the code depends on me setting that in order to know it should tell me about the change. So I expect it to say there's no feedback. Yeah, feedback empty, right? Okay. Test is set up. Now to make it work, I need to have that extra cache, right? So we find out where the position index is. This one. Let's put it near the position index, right? So let's have a map from entity to, I don't know. What if we just hold a copy of the tile? So it would be JSON value. And we'll just end up comparing them, right? And if anything changes, then we'll do an update sprite. Yeah, why not? Okay, so this would be tile cache. It's specifically the tiles of entities, though. How about entity tile cache? Let's make a comment here. Oh, I forgot to comment my unit test. Shame on me. Let's put a comment here. Check that we can change a tile visible to a camera. Without setting the obsolete or deprecated. I think we're calling it deprecated because that means it's still in there, but it's planned to be removed, right? Changed flag. There we go. There I've commented it so that when someone doesn't like the long name, they can read that as an alternative. Yay. All right. This holds a cache of the tile components. What is this specifically? Is this is for the ECS, right? Am I just going to end up with the duplicate? No, this is the specific tiles, right? This holds a cache of the... Oh, and don't I need to make it by map, by zone also? No, I don't need to. This can be just one level. This holds a cache of the tile components of entities visible in the world. It's used to detect when changes are made that would, what's the word? Necessitate, or that should cause update sprite messages to be sent to clients with cameras seeing those tiles. There we go. Done. So the reason they're using standard map for caching instead of standard unordered map, because when it's ordered, the searching is faster. At least that's my understanding. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't have a reason. Maybe it's just that I'm used to doing map. It's fewer letters. If I had to type unordered, I had to type 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 extra characters. I probably should use unordered map. I just don't know what is it. Lookups are order 1 with unordered map, but order log. Oh, oh really? Well, that's a great reason why I should use it. How would I learn more about that? I guess by looking it up, right? We will take an educational diversion to look this up. Maybe I should use unordered map. It would probably say that here somewhere, right? In the comments. Okay, why is it lame? It just says, oh no, oh, it's because this is the header. Okay, I need to click on that one. Associated container key values have average constant time complexity. I think you are correct. I should be using this. Let me confirm that. If I look up map, it probably tells me it's not average constant time. Logarithmic, there we go. Yes, I should give you more than 1 point. That is an awesome teaching moment for me. I just gave you 4 more points to round it up to 5 points. Is that hard to implement C++ backend? Is there a library framework that speeds up the process? Yeah, Oblivion, your Unreal Engine. It's all C++. So, if it's a game, and you were doing it in C++, and you didn't want to do it from scratch like me, you'd probably pick something like Unreal Engine. But you know me, I do everything from scratch, so I make my own framework. That's right. Well, it's not often that there's a whole new type that I didn't know about or didn't realize I should be using, so I think that deserves a lot of points. I just want to make sure of something. I can use that in C++ 11, right? Cool, because I haven't moved on from C++ 11 yet. Could I do my game in Unreal Engine 2? I could. I'd have to learn how to do it, but I'd probably end up doing it faster because I wouldn't be working on my own engine. Unordered. Is that in its own header? I guess it is. Well, we'll use it for the very first time here. Include unordered map. There we go. Now, if only it had a shorter name, like UMap, wouldn't that be nicer to look at? Could take a taxi to go to the bathroom too. What? Well, I think we're just joking around, right? Okay, entity tile cache. There's where it is. Now to fill it, I think I want the rendering system to fill it. And when will it fill that? Probably the same time that the position index is filled. So let's search for where these are filled. Destroy entity updates it. I guess I'll just hit all these places. It's sort of in parallel with the position index, right? Yeah, if it's a tile, yeah. So not only touch the position, but we're going to remove it from the, so it's just assuming it returns something, right? It's tile set. No, entity tile set. Entity tile cache, erase the entity ID. There we go. Done. Hey there, Crumpet. You don't like that we want to have short names? I'm okay with long names. It's just other people that have trouble. Like, I don't find that a problem, but I'm trying to please everybody. So, of course, I'm going to fail. How's it going? Pretty good. Fix some bugs. So, Crumpet, you might or might not have seen the work I was doing earlier. So, here it is. Where's the other window? I've missed. Oh, it's underneath this one. So, here's Mike. And is not really named Mike, but just go along with it. Anyway. This wasn't working before where, yesterday, where I have a portal in the wall and if I move it away, then the light doesn't pass through that barrier anymore. And I put the portal back, then we can see through it. So that's working. And also the fact, this was broken also yesterday. When you step onto a portal, but it's in a wall, it would go black. Now it doesn't. So we fixed that. Now you can see through it. Yay. That's exactly what I wanted to fix. Because in the real game, we have that problem, right? Actually, it'd be better. Hold on. Yeah, it'd be better if I log in with the new window. to demonstrate. I should probably just keep this up in the background. Oh, I'm dead. I died at some point. I wonder why I died. Anyway, respawn. Yeah, so this problem where if I step there, it's black. And also the fact that I have to have that torch floating on top of the ground. Yeah, and so I wanted to have the torch show up on the wall, not floating in front of it. So we fixed that. I just haven't pushed it into production yet. Yeah, I don't need that now. So now I'm working on the removing some data from the entity component system that I don't think I need. This changed flag. It shows up right here, C false, and I really don't want to have it there because it's constantly being set and reset for if anything else changes, and I might as well have the server just cache that in memory anyway, and detect using that cache if something has changed, and not have to like look through and see if any of them are set, right? So yeah, it's in parallel to the position index is this tile cache. So this is if an entity is destroyed, we remove it from the cache. What next? This is looking stuff up. Creating a component. Right, so if we create a tile, it is going to be added, right? Yeah, in fact, we'll be able to remove this stuff in a minute, right? The fact that I'm setting tile information. Oh, no, oh, I just thought of something. This not only extracts these, but it also decodes them into integers because... How do I show that? This entity with depth structure is not JSON, it's actually decoded. Do I want to do the same thing? No, there's no reason to do the decoding if I just want to see it's changed, right? Well, actually, maybe. No, I'm going to have to decode it anyway. Yeah, okay, never mind. I have to convince myself I don't need to do it. Sorry I'm not explaining every thought I have, but it's kind of hard to do that. A lot of the times I reach a point in the coding where I'm like, I should do A or B? And then I'm internally weighing like the pros and cons, and I might not explain them all. But I'll discard A or B for some reason. I'll just say, okay, I'll go with the other one. If you guys ever have a question of like, why did you just make that decision, I will take a step back and explain it. But I figure you just like to hear the sound of my voice. Adam is writing down all his thoughts. Which Adam? I know several Adams. Oh, you mean like Adam 13531 in his notebook or on his editor? He's always writing down? Yeah. Yeah, I think we just want to cache it like so. Entity tile. It's impl entity tile. Indexing works, right? So I can say entity equals component. Does that work? I'm assuming that works. Yeah, because there's a L value reference overload of operator indexing. Okay, good. There's only one Adam on Twitch? I know 3 of them, at least. There might be more Adams, I just don't know that their name is Adam. There's Adam C. Eunice. There's Adam13531, and then there's UX Adam. I forget what his actual name is, but the user experience Adam. Hey there, Copper Beardy. I forgot to say hi to you too, bud. The little helper program I'm running on the side reminds me to wave. Oh, and Red Page Crumpet. For some reason, I forgot to wave to you too. There we go. I fixed all that. Now you hopefully feel properly greeted. Okay. Right. It's in the cache now. And then I think the only other place is if things get... Oh no, we could destroy the component. So yeah, here we need to remove it. So void impl entity tile cache erase entity. There we go. Ooh, what's that emote? Is that yours? Is that you? Is that you, Copperbeardy? That's cool. You got a nifty hat. I left my hat in the other room, so I can't show it to you. Nice. So if you have an emote, that means you probably are a streamer. Right? That's cool. Alright, destroying a component of an entity. What else? Setting it. Okay. Right, so I know ultimately we are going to want to change it. I think we do it after this because this, inside here we're going to be looking at the tile cache. So here we'll update it. So it's just like a set, right? We just do this. Equals component. And call it a day. And then do I need to change anything else? I don't think so. What's this right here? Can move, yeah. We're just looking it up, looking things up in that index now. Yeah. Okay, cool. So the cache should be built. Now the place I wanted to use that cache was this on position touched, right? Or am I... No, it's where that changed flag was. We should just look for it again. Key names. Changed. Those are where we're setting it and stuff. Where do I use it? Right here. Cool. So this is where in... Technically it's the rendering system, but it's in... No, it is in renderings.cpp. Okay, so it's the rendering system. So we know it's changed if we do a comparison between the two JSON values and they're different, right? So we have the old tile, so we just need to look up what the tile... This is the new tile, right? So I just need to look up what it used to be. Yeah, okay, so let's look up what it used to be. That would be... Where would be a good place to do that? I guess it would be here, right? We would say... it might not have existed before. So let's have a flag saying tile changed. Assume the best, and then say entity tile cache entry is entity tile cache find entity. If it's not in the cache, then it definitely changed, right? So then that's tile changed true. Otherwise, we have to compare. So it would be tile changed equals the result of a comparison, which is entity tile cache entry second is not equal to tile. There we go. We'll just use my JSON value comparator for that. And then I can replace the usage of this flag with just tile changed, right? And then it's one more place, right down here. Oh, wait. This just turns off the flag. I'm going to leave this. This is deprecated. We'll just leave it. Yeah, we'll leave that. Cool. So now we'll get a tile changed message in the test that I made, hopefully. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Hey there, Hardy. You can ask me a Python question. I don't do as much Python, but I use it for automation. And if I can't answer it, maybe someone in chat will be able to answer it. Hopefully, it's a question I can answer. Let's run this. It failed. So I'm going to have to step through and see why we're not getting any feedback. We'll put the breakpoint right here and then run it. And then I don't need that old breakpoint. So here we go. Tile changed. We have one thing in the cache, and it is in the cache. So it is, do these things match? They do match. They shouldn't match. Oh. I know what I did. Hold on a second. I messed up where I update the cache. I should be updating the cache inside of this function, update tile for cameras, right? It's if it did change, then I should update the cache to what it is. So I didn't do that. I had the cache updated immediately. That's wrong. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. It should be done right here and not anywhere else. So let me search. Let's put a bookmark there. Let me search for entity tile cache. We only care about updates, right? So I'll leave the erases in there. It's these updates that I need to, right, these updates I want to remove them. We won't do it there. And we won't do that. No, we're leaving the erases in there, but the updating the cache, we're taking out and we're putting it into the bookmarked position here. Yeah, we'll do it here. There we go. And I can remove the impl and then put tile there. Done. Done and done. Need your user to put a time in hours, minutes. How do you make the out? Oh, right. Wait a minute, you need plus 24, plus 24, plus 24, plus 17 to give you an outcome of 12. Why would it be 1200 if you're adding 3 days plus 1700 hours? That I don't really understand. The long message is fine, I just don't quite understand the problem. So it starts out at 0200, right? And you add 24, so adding 2400 should be no op, right? Oh, I get it. Yeah, 1900. I would parse it from the string into the integers, hours and minutes, and then do the adding, and then put it back into a string. That's what I would do. I don't know about regex. You can just do a simple parsing where you take the first two characters and you turn them from characters into a number, right? And then the second two characters are the minutes. So you do the same thing, right? Convert them into integers, then do your math, and then because hours are cyclical, right? You just mod the hours by 24, right? So you do something. So you went like 0200. So you'd first convert that into. You want to get into like two variables, like just this is not what you'd type, but that's what you would get out of it, right? And then you would get the 2400 would give you our let's say our h1 is 24 and minute 1 is 0, right? Let's line these up so they look pretty. Okay, and then then the plus is really just doing h equals h plus h1, m equals m plus m1, and then there's a little bit more work I guess you'd have to do, right? Because you might have an overflow of the minutes, so you'd have to say h equals h plus minutes divided by 60, right? And then minutes equals minutes mod 60, right? And then finally the hours could overflow, so you're going to want to do an hours equals hours mod 24. And then you would find that you end up getting just 2 and 4 again, so that's a no-op, right? And then when you want to finally print it back into, it's like you have h is, well, you do that 3 times in your example, right? And then the 4th time you said add 17. So you would end up, I guess between these you're parsing, right? 24, 24, 24, 24. So in this one it's 17, right? So then you would get h1 is 17, and so you'd end up with you do the same math, right? So this, you can see that these are going to be functions you're going to want to have. You're going to want to have a function that does the adding. You're going to want to have a function that does the parsing. But then when you're done, you'll have h is 19, minute is 0, right? How do you convert that to back to 1900 hours? You'd have to generate the string. So generating the string, we'd have to look it up because it's been a while for me. Python string formatting. So what we're talking about, version 3? Oh, there's the F strings. Those are the newfangled way, right? F string. Yeah. This is what I'd recommend for the latest kind of formatting, the F strings. So there's a way to say how many digits you want, right? This is not reading very well for me, but I wonder if I can guess it just on the command line. I've blown your mind? I'm sorry. Well, the key concepts here are you need to have a function which parses. So if I just focus on this problem here, how do we parse that? You'd have a loop that that reads each character left from right. So your loop would have, would read 0, and then it would read 2, and then 0, and then 0, right? Or I would just break it up into 2 loops, one that does the hours and the other one that does the minutes. So your loop would have something like hours equals 0, and then each of these turns into hours equals hours times 10 plus input, right? So then you'd get 0, h equals 0 times 10 plus 0. And the input you have to turn into a number, right? So usually that's, you take it and you subtract the 0 character from it. So I should denote that these are characters, right? So that would be, again, h equals h times 10 plus input. So you can see these are going to, when we have repetition like this, that's a function. You're going to have to write a function to do that, right? And so the output of that function will be that h equals 0 times 10 plus 2. So in the end, the hours will be 2. And here it's going to be, the hours will be 24 because it'll be 2. This will be 2 and that'll be 4. So 0 times 10 plus 2 is 2. And then 2 times 10 plus 4 is 24, right? And then you do the same thing for the minutes. And I would just hold on to the hours and the minutes separately, because when you're adding times like that, you're going to want to have these rules where you add the hours and the minutes separately, and then you have to roll the minutes over, right? Another way you could do it is you can convert, once you get it into hours and minutes, you can convert them, you can squash them both into seconds. You can say that seconds is hours times 60 plus minutes. And then when you can do the math in terms of I guess that would be minutes, actually. So you can say minutes is minutes plus hours times 60, and then you do all your arithmetic in terms of minutes. But then when you want to get it back into a string at the end, you're going to want to separate the minutes from the hours and then print them separately. They wouldn't be messed up, because if it's 0346, then that's 0, 3. So you'll get an hours equals 3, right? And then you'll have 4 and 6. So you'll have minutes is 46. So as long as you keep them in separate variables, then it should be fine. And then when you do this arithmetic, it should not get messed up. The trick is converting from the strings into these variables and then converting the variables back into a string at the end. The intermediate, when you're doing the arithmetic, do it with variables, either hours, minutes, or if you want to, just have one variable called minutes with the hours added into it, or you can do it in seconds, however you do it. And then you do your arithmetic with the variables, and then you get the output by converting your variables back into a string at the end. So to do this, that's what I was starting to look up with formatting, right? And I guess I can try it here. So Python, so if hours is 17 and minutes is 34, right? Then what is, I need to remember how to do this. F. I think it would be something like this, right? That's a comment. How do we do this? I forget how F strings work. Oh, it's with those braces, right? But there's a special way to format them. I don't like this thing. How do you do number of digits? Fixed width. Here we go. Is this Python? Yes. Oh, so it's a colon. All right. So H colon 2, M colon 2. There you go. So there's your solution. That's how you can. That's exactly how you convert. So this is the Python code to do that, right? If you have your hours and your minutes and you want a string that looks like that, that's what you'd write in Python. The other way to do it, there's probably a simpler way, but I would just, if you're learning especially, I would just loop through every character in the input string and then just do this math. You need to test with 1 digit minutes hours. I guess I can do that. So minutes is 5. Oh, so it's a little bit different. Is it that you have to have the 0 in front? There you go. So I was slightly wrong. This is what's called a bug. So you put a 0 in front and then it'll work. Yeah, thank you, Nui. Oh, wait a minute. I did the wrong shortcut. You got an extra wave. I really meant to give you a point. Why don't you update the Omnia Regna Twitter account? Because I am lazy. I should do that, though. Let me give you a point for the suggestion and a reminder. I keep forgetting to do that. Reminder, tweet more. Oh, okay. What else did I miss? Okay, the way iGrok did it, this way is an alternate way. This is the way you would do it with the format. And they talked about that in that site that I was just looking at, right? That there are different ways to format in Python. There's the old school approach, and we're specifically looking at this one. There's like 3 ways to do it, right? This way is what iGrok put into chat. The one I did was the newer F-string way to do it. And then there's an even older one, which I don't know if it's actually older, where you have the percent formatting this way. I've heard that the F-string way is the way the cool kids do it now. The F-string way, it requires Python 3. So if you're on Python 3, it should work, but if you're on Python 2 or an older version of Python 3, then you'll have to use one of these old school ways, like the way iGrok did it. You should try that. So there, we'll put that. Actually, I already did put that. Yeah. So you could try this approach. That should work even in Python 2. If it doesn't, then you might have to go to the percent encoding. I forget how to do that with fixed width digits. So yeah, so you saw my approach to how I answered your problem. I didn't know all the answers. In fact, I got some of it wrong. But you just try things out. Like I tried it out here, see if it works, tinker, and then don't hesitate to just look stuff up. I looked up Python. If I didn't know about F strings, I would have been like, how do you format a number as a string, right? And you'll find it. Don't let the word dummy get in your way. Stack Overflow is your friend, right? In fact, this is talking about time, right? So they tell you like what you can try, and you take what they do and just play around with it. And you might not find the best solution. This looks kind of weird because it's using a time library, but you'll learn something. If you have 2 monitors, pull up the reference manual on your second monitor. Yeah, that helps. Did I miss any of the chat? You have the hours equals XX. So you mean like the taking the string and converting it into a number thing? Yeah. Oh, if you have it in a string, what do you need to do with the string? I'm assuming this is for a homework problem. And so it's for your exam, right? So if they say print it, then look up print. because yeah, it's something like print that. You have to say like where you want to print it, I think. Unless the default is the console that you're on. So let's see. What would happen if I did that? Print. There you go. It just works. But maybe they might say, how do you print it to a file or print it somewhere else, right? And so it depends on what the context is. If it's like a homework problem and they just say, how do you print it? Then just print. See, that's one of the good things about Python is that I just guessed print. And yeah, it works. 9 times out of 10, I think if it's something simple and you have an idea of what it probably should be, then it just works. So I think we've thoroughly gone through that. Let me get back to my stuff, if that's okay. Did I get that to pass? I don't remember. How come it's not showing me the test? That's weird. Oh, you're welcome, Hardy. So I not only want to show you what the answer to your specific problem is, but I want to give you the sense of like to empower you. Like, what would you have done if I wasn't here or someone else wasn't here to help you? Just trying things out, looking things up in Google. It'll give you a sense of that you can do it yourself, and that will help you learn and get actually have a fun time and be able to be self-sufficient. Yep. How do you? There should be a button there somewhere. Yes, you do need Python 3.6 for the F string. If you don't have Python 3.6, you're back to using one of those other methods, %formatting or string format. Yep. And my apologies if you have to do that. All right, let's run this. Hey, it works. Now, the question is, do all my other tests work, or did I break something? I broke something. What did I break? I broke a bunch of things. Oh, we're getting update sprites when we shouldn't. I wonder why. Oh, because if we do an initial sprites, we're not putting it in the cache. Yeah, we should... When do we do that? We do that the first time we see it's not in there, right? So... Yeah, okay. So there was one place I did that, which was not here. It was in here. So I also need to do this when we do sprites, right? Actually, there are a couple places. There will be a new sprites. So sprite shift might have to do this. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Does it? Let me think about this. That might not be the right place to... Let's go back. Where was that? This might not be the right place to do it because it'll only let one camera see it, right? Yeah, oops. This will only let one camera see the update. So how do I make it so that all cameras see the update? I should do it outside of that for loop. That's the answer. Yeah, so let's move that out of the for loop and put it up here. And did I already remove? No, I didn't. Yeah, so I need to do that out of the for loop too. Then all cameras will see it. And then the part that I'm missing why the other test broke, I think, is because this has to be done when we build the caches initially. And I forget where that is. That's down here somewhere, I think. Oh, is it right here? No, that's not rendering update. It's like rendering start or something. Rendering start. There it is. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. Entity tile cache clear. Right, and then we're looping through all positions. Yeah, and we get the tile, and it's not invalid, so here's a perfect place to do it. The entity is what? Position first. I kind of like giving things names, so let's do entity equals position first. And then we can just say entity, right? Instead of position first. I like that better. And then entity's used there. Perfect. It is big. It needs to be refactored. I need to get good at my programming. Oh, there we go. You figured it out. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support. That's very kind of you. Now you can use you can spread my ugly face around Twitch with that emote. Also, I have it's sort of an inside joke, but there's this emote, the right-facing cactus. That is a in tribute to Adam's stream where he's got this Adam EJ emote. So mine's like the reverse of that because I really like his channel. And then didn't I have a third emote? I had the beast. No, the golem. So this one's specific to my stream. It looks like a gingerbread man to some, but it's really a golem. And that's the image I like to use for my game's chat integration. And I guess you can kind of say that's a placeholder. If I had a better emote, I'd probably replace the golem with that, with a newer one. Anyway, you can now use those 3 emotes and spread them throughout Twitch. We shall soon take over Twitch. Alright, did I break my test? No. And did I fix all the broken ones? No, but only 2 are broken still. I need to find out exactly what did I do here. Adding a wall should block light previously passing through. Okay, so what changed here? There's an update sprite. I see that. So what did I change the tile somehow by accident? I created a tile. Oh, okay, yeah. We don't want to do an update tile if the tile didn't exist. It wasn't in the cache at all. That is a bug. Okay, good. This is why unit tests are great, because they catch regressions like that. So it is doing an extra update sprite when it doesn't need to. Yeah, so that is being set here. I think we don't want that, actually. I think I just want it to be only the negative case. Do that. That's probably what I want. Because if it wasn't in the cache, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't still be in the cache. What am I trying to say? If it's not in the cache, then it shouldn't exist anyway. This is only a guard so that. So when would it ever not be in the cache then? If it's a new sprite, and then we're already reporting it anyway. So then it's unnecessary. Yeah, okay, so this should work. There we go. Let's try it. Well, let me think about this. I'm not done, because the next step would be to remove the flag completely, right? So I can just remove the changed flag from all of the tests. Actually, let's just search for where it's used. Key, let's go to key names, search for that again. Oh, if you guys want to meet up and you don't have a common Discord, you're welcome to use mine. You could meet up there and find out each other's stuff. One caution, though, we've had people impersonate other people on the Discord, so I've been trying to stay vigilant about that. I'm banning accounts that join that I find out they're not the people they represent. And I don't think we had that problem today, but you never know. In fact, you just gave the number, right? So I can make sure that that really is you. Hold on a sec. I'm not getting all the information that I'm used to seeing. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, but usually you see a number, right? Where does that number show up? Like you said, your number 6247. Where does that number actually appear? I'd be curious. Let me find you in the list. How come I don't see you in the list? Oh, there you are. Yeah, how come I don't see a number? Did they get rid of that? How come I'm not seeing people's numbers? Well, that's unfortunate. Didn't they used to show the 4-digit number in Discord? Am I going nuts here? How would I see that number now? Is it streamer mode? So streamer mode hides it? I guess I can disable it for a second. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Why would they do that? Why would streamer mode turn off the number? Okay. Yeah, when you're in streamer mode, it hides the number for some reason. That's weird. Okay. Okay, so it's good that you put the number in there so I know it really is you. Because we had that happen before where people would come in and with names, but then the number, we couldn't, we could tell it wasn't them. Cool. Now, how do I turn streamer mode back on? Probably in the user setting, right? Here we go. Let's turn it back on. Got it. All right. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Human readable. We've had trolls come in, and so we've had to not allow chat for new people. Actually, your account's not that. I'll undo that one for. There, you're not banned, and you're not banned or timed out anymore. Let me whitelist you. Yeah, sorry about that. You said streamer mode hides the number for privacy. Yeah, so we've had bots come in and cause trouble. So I actually have my bot auto ban accounts if they're really, really, really new. Also, there's some other rules that you can get banned for that are hopefully in. Yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. All right, tile changed. It's glad to see that my bot actually does what I told it to do. That might be a good segue, actually, to explain what the tool I wrote to help me out in the stream and what it just did and why. But let me finish what I'm doing. I forgot to say hi to some people. Let me actually. I can show this, right? There's nothing secret here. I actually have. This is a secret project I've been working on, and this is what I see on my left screen. It tells me who I've forgotten to wave to, so I can say, oh, hey there, 715209, and hey there, Hardy. And Red Sky 1, I guess I forgot to say hi to you as well. Well, that was a while ago. Okay, I kind of messed up there. I didn't say hi to you when you joined. Where are you in the list? I'm not seeing your name. I'll have to search for your name. There you are. I'm just blind. There we are. So as I say hi, the bot detects that I said hi and then takes the flag off. So the other things are it knows, it looks up when accounts are created and it'll mark it. And then if it's not whitelisted in the chat and you're too new, you get timed out. And there are other things in here, like I'm tracking how many messages you say in chat, and I can see history. So use the last 10 messages that I said. And if I track if I know an account is a bot, I'll say, well, yeah, this person's obviously a bot. But I also have some common streamer things in here, like if I wanted to time out someone or ban someone, or if someone is doing stuff that's suspicious, I might say, I'll start watching that person. That person we need to watch, and then it shows it in blue, right? But I also have a view timer going, so I can see how long you've been in the channel, and when you came, when you left, all sorts of stuff. And so this is in chat watching and helping me out a little bit. And I wrote that in a combination of C++ and C#. You're green because your account is newer than 1 week old. Yeah, you created your account on the 28th, so it's less than a week old. Did I make it in C++? Yeah, because the code I have here, which is in GitHub, is my Twitch API stuff. So I already wrote it for my game, this Twitch stuff. So this tool is underlying, it's using this Twitch library for making the connections to Twitch, sending and receive messages from Twitch. So it's, all the information about messages and tags and all this junk. I already wrote it for my game, so I just reused it for my tool. The only thing I really added onto it was some extra logic and some data tracking, and then I have this nice C# front end. But guess what? It is not part of my game, and I'm not planning to monetize it, so you can find it in my GitHub. It is called Bouncer. So you can go to Bouncer. It is a standalone program that helps me moderate my Twitch channel. And the biggest prerequisites that are new that I haven't talked about on stream is I use Swig as a way to connect the C# user interface to the underlying C++ libraries. But other than that, I use all the libraries I wrote here on Twitch, the TLS decorator, the Twitch library, the JSON library, the web client, and of course I love CMake, so it's using CMake, but other, the only new things are I'm using Swig, and I made that user interface front end in C#. So yeah, it's all open source, so you guys have the code. TOS decorator? No, TLS decorator. Transport layer security. See, I have that now to kind of help me out. All right. I was going to run this, right? No, I was going to look up the change flag, because we're going to try to remove this, right? Okay. Yeah, I forgot what I was doing. That happens. The rendering system uses here to clear it. So let's just remove this, right? It's going to break some unit tests, but that's okay. We're not going to care about that anymore. The executor will no longer set that flag for new components. We will no longer set that to true because we don't need to, because calling that will set it, right? We don't need to do that. And then what are these? This is a test that sets it, right? We don't need to set it anymore. We don't need to set it. I'm going to end up removing a lot of lines here, right? That's okay. We'll remove a lot of lines. You merged some code and only 2 tests were failing after fixing conflicts? That's nice. Only as long as those 2 tests are not hard to fix, that's pretty good. Wait a minute. The tests pass even if you delete the code? That's not good. Are you testing the right thing? If you delete the code and the tests still pass, I don't know if you're testing that code that you deleted. I don't know about that. Just saying, I'd expect them to fail. Like, I'm deleting all this and I expect this to cause tests to fail. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of these. Basically, I'm just wiping off. Actually, you know what? I can just remove this. No, I'm going to keep that around because we're going to have a data migration to do it. Okay, so we're no longer going to expect that to be done. And this is false. Shouldn't you start with tests, then the code? I'm kind of hitting them both. This is all tests right here. So I'm changing test expectations. I'm saying we no longer expect to get a modified component to turn off the changed flag, because the changed flag is bye-bye. Okay, this, we do want to do part of that, yeah. I don't want to wipe out the whole expectation. But yeah, if it's only the changed flag, then no, we don't need it. I said database, but really it's just data migration. The data for my game is in JSON files, and I am removing this value from many of the values inside of that JSON file, essentially. All these JSON objects, we're getting rid of this flag because I don't need it anymore. Now that we have that we have the mechanism that needed that flag. Now using a cache instead, we don't actually need the flag to be in the data itself, which is nice because we can remove a lot of this crud. And that. And can I change this to expect that it no longer is there? I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to expect that false, that it even has that. And I think I only really need to do that once. I don't care about these other places. I only really need it in one test. I only need it to break once. Okay, cool. Now, I'm going to run everything and see if I broke, see what I broke. Yeah. I love refactoring when it works, when things get easier to read. I hate it when I get stuck, though. Cross my fingers. Hey, I didn't break the rendering system. Did I break anything else? How about the ECS test in the coordinator? It's possible I could break some of those, because the test might be sent. Oh, it actually passed. Let's just run everything. I'm going to end up failing some of the authentication stuff. So yeah, some of that's going to fail because I never went and updated the expected signatures of things when I changed some data shapes. I know about those. Yeah, this one, it's a signature check it's failing on. And the solution is I just will take the actual signature and make it the expected signature and move on. It's really, I don't care what the signature actually is. It's just that the signature should not change when irrelevant keys are changed. And it should change when relevant keys are changed. Is there a performance overhead for calling C++ functions from C#? Not really, because it uses pinvoke, and it's pretty dang fast. Pinvoke. I shouldn't be searching from this thing. I should be searching from this window. Because I get my Bing rewards. Pinvoke. Platform invocation services. This is too dry. Essentially, like the first time you bind, so to speak, the function, it makes a .NET mapping so that it's like it uses this DLL import, and the it hooks it directly, I think through a pointer. So it loads the DLL, figures out that the function can be called from managed code through a pointer, through some marshalling. If the types are complicated, you'll end up having this marshalling stuff. But I try to stick to basic types, and so it's pretty fast. You can even get a stack trace through Visual Studio, so you can see in the stack trace that further down in the stack you were in C#, and now you called C++. And I think the only overhead is really if you have if you have parameters that have complex marshalling. I stick to simple types like numbers and characters and strings sometimes. So did I have? Oh yeah, you're right, iGrok. Thank you for that. Thank you. The unit tests don't test the Lua though, but that will put back in unnecessary flags, right? So let me hit that stuff. So that is Lua, and it was C in the Lua. Yeah, this stuff. So yeah, I don't need this, right? There we go. Fixed. Yeah, the pinvoke is junk that's made for me by the swig tool. So we can read about that. Swig. Software. Why come I can't type today? Simplified wrapper and interface generator. So, where is it? When they talk about, is it exit? That's not right. Again, they have like a dry website, but I think I'm using the 3.0 series. When they talk about how things work with C Sharp, where is that? Don't they have a section for C Sharp, right? Yeah, here we go. They talk about how it works. Blob, oh, here we go. The wrapper code implementation uses C Sharp in the platform invoke interface. It's chosen over their managed C++ because it's portable and it works on non-Microsoft platforms. It's part of the ISO C Sharp specification. It's better suited for production environments. It avoids the mixed DLL problem. So I trust their team that it's good stuff. It works for me without too much complicated stuff. And it seems pretty fast. So I don't really need to worry about the details of how the pinvoke stuff works. I just have an interface glue file, and when I compile that, I get a C# .NET assembly that looks like my C++ library. It's pretty cool. All right, do I need to change anything else, or will this just work? If this works, then when I start changing tiles, the change flag will never get hit. I can see that. I will be able to see that in the journal. So we can, I know what we can do. We can restart the game and just start looking at the journal this time. I don't show that too often, but we can show it here. It's nothing secret in the journal. The journal is what the game backend uses to track all state changes, and that's because the game is actually spread across a cluster of servers for fault tolerance. So as soon as it's, actually I can just show it now. This is what the game journal looks like. Every one of these is a request for the game to make some change. And we'll probably see in here a lot of modify components to turn off things. Actually, I'm not going to see it now because we removed the change flag, right? So I'd have to look at an older version of the journal to see the changed flag. Oh, but that's only if the tile changed, so we're not going to see it. We have to actually change the tile to see it. So, my bad. Let's look at. So we'll watch the game journal, and it rotates. You see how it cleared and rotated through. We don't want the journal to get too long because it's then more work for the server when it starts up. Periodically, the journal gets collapsed into the game snapshot or save file. Anyway, if I go into the game and do something that used to require setting the changed flag, I don't need. That's wrong window. Okay, we want to see from the game master's point of view. But this window? Yes. All right. So something that would require a change flag would be like masking or unmasking a player. So if I took, for example, player 6 and unmasked them, let's see what shows up in the journal. I've got to do this quickly. Let's wait until it rotates. That'd be easiest. So I'll wait until this screen blanks and then I'll do it. There we go. And then I unmask. And then let me stop the server so it doesn't rotate again. And then look for it here. So this should be mask. There we go. Changes. So here is the modification. Is that the same one? No. Oh, it's the lack of the change flag being set, right? Oh no, hold on. There should be an ECS change in here somewhere. Is this? No, that's the MPC. Where is the change? Is it this one? That's the particle effect. I'm not seeing it. It should say like Carol or something. Oh, wait. We're not going to see it, actually. The only time we would have seen is when the Lua stuff made changes, so if a health bar changed. Right. So really, I just need to get into combat. That's what it's saying. Okay, so we'll run the game, we'll get into combat and look at the game journal there. So we should be able to see the health bar change without any modifications to the tile component. Other than there shouldn't be anything that changes the changed flag anymore, but the health bar should still work. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, how am I doing on time? I actually only have like 10 minutes left. Okay, let me go get into combat. Maybe next time maybe tomorrow I work on having lights be unidirectional. That was something I wanted to do. Okay, who's gonna fight me? And not Joe, because I like Joe. Let's fight this orc here. And then we'll start watching the Oh, how come I can't see it? Oh. No, don't kill me yet. I don't want to die yet. I'm too young. I want to see the game journal. Then get into combat. Actually, that's probably good enough. Stop the game. And look for those changes. Gotta be here somewhere. I know I lost health at some point. Okay, here's where I died, because I entered the death dialogue. This was changing... Oh, is this where I hit the NPC? Did I hit that... Did I hit that orc? I'm not going to see it now because I stopped the game. What am I thinking? I think this is where I hit the orc, right? His health dropped to 19. Here it is. It modified my hit points to 0. Here's my health bar update. Modify... Okay, it's still setting the change to true. Oh, wait. I changed the Lua file, but I forgot to put it in the game. But anyway, in the past when we did that, you would see a command right after it that would set it back to false, but I don't think we're going to see that. So that means it's probably working. Yeah, it's only setting it to true. Yeah, so I need to just upload the change in the Lua, and then I guess we could do the migration stuff to just strip it out of the data completely, and then maybe that's where I end the stream for today. Thank you for the follow, by the way. This will be neat because this is a lot of characters that I can save. Every single tile in the game has that, and if I can remove that, I'm saving, what is that? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 characters times the number of tiles I have, which is probably in the thousands. So I'd save at least like several tens of kilobytes. Maybe not a whole lot then. It's gonna at least make it cleaner, right? Okay, let me refresh this. So I changed utilities Lua, right? So I'm gonna want to take that and paste it into the game. Utilities Lua. Edit. That should be in here somewhere with those C flags, right? Here they are. Paste, and then they are not there anymore. Okay, submit. And let's respawn. And it should still work, but now the health bars are being updated, but it didn't require that C change flag manipulated at all. I like it. Okay, let me do the migration thing now. So, do I bother doing a test for that? I think I do. All right, I had some migration tests here. Migrate. Okay, we can just keep it simple. I just want this kind of a test. Paste it down here. we're going to say remove changed flags from tiles on game start. So I'm just going to have some kind of random tile in the game. And I don't need any of this junk. I'm going to create that tile to have, what does a tile usually have? An ID? 42. Why not? And then we'll have this flag we're meaning to remove. Key tile changed false, right? So the goal will be after we start the game, and this will trigger a migration because the term number changed after mobilization, right? So I should be, when I get this back, this flag should be gone. So expect just the tile ID for the tile component of the tile entity. There we go. That's my test. This will fail right now because we're not removing it yet. Run. Fails because it's still there. Now, the executor, I have a special place in the executor where we do data migration on game start. It is called migrate something, right? Migrate? Migrate game. Okay. Yeah, so migrate all time fields. Great. Here we go. So we'd already gotten rid of the moved flag, so we'll do the same thing. Can we get both of them at the same time? Yeah, let's do it this way. Bool tile changed. False. True there. I cannot type today. Ever have one of those days where you just keep mistyping on the keyboard? Happens to me all the time. If it has changed. Actually, no, this one is a special key, right? Realm server key tile changed. Then remove it. There we go. That should do it. Run. Yay, it works. Let's run everything. One more time. And while that's running, let's do it. Do it. Thank you for the follow. Execute order 66. Order. It's order, right? Execute order 66. Kill all of the changed flags everywhere in the entire galaxy. Alright. Now to test that, I think I would just get a snapshot right away and then compare snapshots. So, snapshot. And then stop the game. And then we're just going to do a diff. So, we don't need this Python window anymore, right? Stage, and let's do a diff. Actually, let's just go into one of the server's directories and look. Diff game.snapshot with like a slightly older one. Like the previous one, 0006569. And yeah, some of the stuff will be different, but there should be a lot of changed flags that are removed also. Huh, interesting. There aren't. Did it make 2 snapshots when I wasn't looking? Maybe. Because it made it at the same time. I might have to compare with the slightly older one. There we go. There we go. Yeah, where am I? Is this, no, am I looking at the right thing? Yeah, so before they had all these C falses, and now they're removed. So the only thing now left in a tile is the ID in the tile set, and the entity, of course. So there we go. All of these C falses have been removed. So that's in a lot of, oh, there was something weird there, wasn't there? Just my eyes playing tricks on me, maybe. I thought oh no, Where? Oh, there's just a large number in there. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we removed the C false flag, and now they all fit on one line, which is kind of cool. So that saves, how much space did that save? Oh yeah, we dropped from 446K down to 370K. That's nice. That's a good chunk. 70. Let's see, what is the difference? And then divide by the original, right? That's 17% of the file we just got rid of. Nice. And I hope it didn't break anything. We should probably do that. Hey there, Crumpet. I just saved 17% of my file storage. Well, up to. I don't know what the production server ratio would be, but yeah, I just dropped a flag from a very common component in my game, and now the game file size shrank by 17% without breaking anything. But at the cost of slightly more memory usage, because I have now a cache of all the tiles in memory. I do worry about that a little bit, because I think the production server's memory is kind of high. Internet high five? Well, thank you. Stream insurance. What's my favorite port number? I don't know. Like, as in, like, that it's cool? What was the... There's a special port number for, null. What was it? Well, I can't remember. I guess mine would have to be 443? Is that right? Yeah, 443. Because it's how we do things on the internet now, right? SSL? Anytime you do an HTTPS, it's going to go to port 443. So it's like the web, only it's secure. 8080? That's like the web, but like second class web. Because that means like you couldn't get port 80, so you have to settle for 8080. Yeah, I'd have to say it's 443. Alright, thank you for that follow. Let me make sure I didn't break anything here. I should be able to battle these slimes. Okay, let me test changing the tile of Bob here. This is not working. Why? Because I probably need to refresh. Okay, we will do that. 7152090. 0 what? Oh, port 0? Should I say my favorite number is 715209? We have 2 viewers in chat who like to have numbers. 715209 and there's 127001. And I haven't seen him in a long time. Why is this not loading? I hope I didn't break anything. Load, please. Is it frozen? No? The game's still playing. How come I can't connect here? What are these errors? Unknown reason. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, awfully close to your password for everything. This is strange that it's not connecting anymore. I wonder if this is a Chrome problem with the WebSockets. So let me restart Chrome. Saw this like earlier in the week, or was it last week? We had problems with Chrome, and restarting Chrome fixed it. Yeah, there we go. So it's some weird thing with Chrome. Okay. So incognito window. Need to log back in as Bob. Chickens. Okay, there's Bob. Now, clicking on Bob and just, I don't know, tweaking something. Let's call him Bob in capital letters, right? Update. Oh, that works. So I don't need to set that changed flag anymore. That works. And then back to Bob. Okay, cool. Nice. It's a lot cleaner now. I don't have that silly changed flag that needs to get reset. So we're saving space storage-wise. Also, we don't have these extra commands going through the game just to clear the changed flag when the rendering system sees it. So I like it. Okay, cool. That we'll end on a high note, and we'll end there. 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. Yeah. So how far did I get with my plan? I actually got pretty dang far, didn't I? I didn't actually do the fading of tiles. We did discuss it, though. And I didn't run out of things to do. That was basically the last thing. So I planned it perfectly. So the things on tap, I guess, are to continue figuring out what I want to do there. And then I wanted to make the point system migration more robust because I think there's still a few problems. Some accounts, people need to log in and link again for their points to total to be updated. What else in game? Oh, there are a few more bugs. Why can we see these particles? We should not be able to see those particles. So that's something I could work on. Don't show particles that are behind barriers. They should only show up if we could see the tile that they're in, right? In fact, we should only be able to see it if it's traveling through a tile that we normally can see. So I'll probably do something simple like only show the sprite if it's in the same position as another sprite. Right? And I'll just never have completely black sprites because that would just get confusing. So that would keep it simple, I think. Hey there, lazy guru. How are you doing? Oh, and was the Alt F4 stream in here earlier? And I didn't see? The little tool that I used to help me out says that I forgot to wave to the Alt F4 stream. But I don't see the chat for that. Back... Oh, that was a while ago. That was like half an hour ago. I missed it. I'm sorry, Alt F4 stream. Hope you're still here. What did you say and how did I miss it? And hey there, Cthulhu. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Oh, there you are. Getting to remove lines of code. Yes. How are you doing? It was really cool to meet you guys during the TwitchCon. Yeah, I'm at the end of my stream, so I'll probably need to rate someone. But yeah, so the stuff I worked on today in my game are fixing some of the little random bugs that I had in the lighting system. So this is my little demonstration area here. I know it doesn't look pretty, but I just need some kind of tile that you normally can like have light pass through. That if I put it on top of something that would normally block vision, that it opens a hole in it. And now that it wasn't working at the beginning of the day, and now it is. So now if I take that thing away, that vanishes, and if I put it back, it shows up again. Yay! Also, if we step onto that bridge, it doesn't go dark around us. Yay! And there are a few other random things I fixed. Funny project? I have fun with it. I try to make it funny. Funny is a way to make things interesting. We should all laugh at things more and not take things so seriously. Yeah, so I didn't spam it or mention it today, but you can play the production version of this game, and it'll tell you, if you go to that link, it'll tell you right away. The game's not done, but you can try out what I do have. Mostly I'm making my own engine these days, so it's going to be a while before there's actual game content, but you should show up here if you created an account in-game, and then you don't see all these ghosts. That's just what the game master can see. I can see where everyone is even if they're not logged in. Did my Chrome just crash? It just paused. Oh, because I moused over the center square. Yeah, so that little red rotating thing is marking where there's a teleporter, so you step on that and you will be transported to the sewers beneath the starter town. Yay. There are a lot of people logged out here. But there's some test NPCs in here, and if you go up these stairs here, you'll end up in the starter town. This game is inspired by the old Ultima games, and it probably would make more sense if I showed you what it looked like as a player, not as a game master, because I have a lot of clutter right now for the GM view. Let me log back in. Here we are. So I happen to be standing near the sewer entrance, so I go up here. So this is the bug I fixed today. It's not in production yet, but we shouldn't become blind when we step through a doorway like that. So that should be fixed once I push it into production. But yeah, there's not much content in the game. There are some test NPCs here. You can't kill these guys, but you can talk to them if they don't move. Come on, stop moving. And I can say, hey, what's your name? What's your job? You tend the sick and the wounded. Do you require healing? Sure. And then now I'm healed. If I had taken damage before, now I am back to normal. And, oh, there's player 428. I saw them. Hello. You look hurt. You can talk to this guy in the red robe and say heal or job, and he will heal you. This guy right here, this impressive-looking guard, his name is Bob. He guards. Guard the troublemakers. If you know to ask him about sword, he'll say, do you need one? And if you say yes, he'll give you one. I don't need one because I already have one. I also happen to have a chicken. I don't remember why, but it's my chicken and you can't have it. Anyway, there's not much game content yet, but there will be. And if you don't like this art style, that's fine. The art is all drawn by me. It's really poor art. I really just focused on the story and the content and the engine. And maybe we'll get some art improvement at some point. I need to practice more art. But this is the vibe for those old games back in the late 80s, right? So it was discrete tile positions. You can move up, down, left, right. The shading system is pretty primitive. You can see, like, you can have basic shadow casting. You can't see through walls. Sometimes it blocks your vision diagonally, sometimes horizontally, that kind of stuff. So if this kind of game brings back some tinges of nostalgia, that's cool because it does for me too. And I'm trying to make my own version of this game that this type of game that I really enjoyed playing when I was a kid. Dog's barking. Is a dog barking signal the end of my stream? Probably. Hold on a second. I think someone passed too close to the front door and has triggered my alarm system. Quick pickpocket the chicken. If I drop the chicken on the ground and step away from it, will someone try to grab it? Probably. It's my chicken. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed watching. I'll be working more on my game tomorrow. The panel below has my schedule. I try to keep it up to date. So for me, it's Pacific time, so I'll be back at like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, my time. And I'm going to go rate someone else, and we'll try to find someone interesting for you to watch. There's always different people streaming, depending on the day and the time. It's not always that easy to find someone. I also try to raid different people. Oh, how about someone who's working on Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare? I'm actually not sure how to say that word. Oh, he actually just raided someone else. Well, oh well. I was going to raid Honest Dan, but he just left. Who else? You think it's Dare, not Dare? How about Lucky No Slevin? I'm actually not sure what he's working on. But I've watched him work on the front end to different Twitch extensions and other things. So, and he's wearing a costume that looks interesting. At least he's not wearing a costume. He's wearing some kind of what is that? Jacket or hoodie that looks like a goofy costume. Dari. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce stuff. But yeah, sorry I have to go. And let me wave to you, Nicodemus, because I haven't seen you in the channel yet. Let me go set up this raid, okay? I'm kind of running out of steam anyway. That's why I kind of pause at random points and look around with a muddled expression. that means it's time for me to go get more to eat and recharge. So enjoy Lucky No Slevin, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Okay? Take care. Bye.